The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
The quorum is present. Please rise in the gallery for invocation to be delivered by Chaplain Keith Evans, St. Luke's Baptist Hospital in San Antonio, Texas.
If it's within your faith tradition, please join me in prayer. Most holy God, as this session begins, we want to recognize you as the supreme Lord of all, the giver of life, our great counselor, and the all-provident and sovereign one. Lord God, we know that many prayers have been lifted up in this capital, and thank you for hearing each one and for your guidance over the state government for the past 178 years. Today, we ask for your continued presence in this place. Thank you, Lord, for inspiring these senators, inspiring them toward this noble calling to serve the state of Texas. We ask for your spirit to stir hearts and minds for the elected official to embrace and hold dear the high honor and responsibility that has been entrusted to them. Lord, as the great shepherd, continue to protect and guide this legislative body to maintain fidelity in their positions, wisdom in their deliberations, and to maintain high integrity in their important work. Lord, your holy word implores us to think upon and to pursue whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, and anything that is of excellence and would be praiseworthy. For we know if we sincerely do these things, we most assuredly will honor you. Lord, please guide the Texas Senate in their weighty discussions and decisions that will best serve the citizens of this great state. It is to you, our gracious and generous God, we pray and humbly ask these things. Amen.
You can be seated in the gallery. Thank you, Chaplain Evans. Members, if you have the opportunity, please greet Chaplain Evans before he exits the chamber. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion's adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 358 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, recognizing the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley in honor of the school's 10th anniversary.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Today is a very special day as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. And we have a special delegation visiting us here. In 2013, we passed Senate Bill 24 to create a new university and medical school in the Rio Grande Valley. At that time, I was joined by my colleague, Dean Ceparini, as joint author of the bill. Still in the chamber today, we have Senators Campbell, Hancock, Huffman, Nichols, Schwartner, West, and Lieutenant Governor Patrick, who were present on that day when we passed Senate Bill 25. It was that session that the historic transition of the Rio Grande Valley started. In August 2015, UTRGV admitted its first class of students. This August will be its 10th anniversary, a true celebration on its work. This milestone marks a decade of significant contribution to education and community development in the Rio Grande Valley and in South Texas. The university is a model institution for excellence in higher education, research, innovation, and community engagement. Some of the academic achievements it has made, and it has been recognized for its broad range of academic programs, affordable tuition, and supported campus environment. Since the doors opened in 2015, the university has awarded over 56,000 degrees, members, 56,000 degrees. UTRGV enrolls more than 34,000 students. 34,000 students is still growing. The School of Medicine has 200 medical students. Since 2015, the university has added 18 new bachelor degree programs, 17 new master degree programs, 6 new doctoral programs. Research has grown from 31 million in 2016 to 90 million in 2024. Medical education has made great historic strides in the medical school that we opened, and the only medical school of medicine in South Texas. It was opened in 2016, included in Senate Bill 25. The School of Medicine was created to provide health care to a region that historically has been medically underserved. In fact, the Rio Grande Valley is designated medically underserved all the way from Brownsville up to Laredo. While the School of Medicine is still very young, it's already dramatically impacted the number of doctors that are graduating, access to primary and specialty care in the valley. It's expanded healthcare services with 25 clinical care sites throughout the Rio Grande Valley, and it's conducting important research in diabetes, Alzheimer's, addiction disorders, and various other cancers. And let me just mention some of the new programs and facilities. The university opened the state first school of podiatry medicine in 2022, the only podiatry school in the state of Texas, and plans to open up a comprehensive academic cancer and surgery center in 2025, as well as the state's second school of optometry in 2027. In 2021, the Student Government Association initiated a referendum to enhance campus life, including the addition of a Division I football team, which will begin its first season this year in August. And Cerro Blanco, I don't see Cerro Blanco probably, but he can hear me. Cerro Blanco is be happy to know that our first UTRGV football game will be against Sul Ross State on a Saturday, August the 30th. We all look forward to that game. UTRGV has been ranked the #1 university in Texas in 2023 and 2024 by Washington Monthly magazine, and recognized as the best public university in Texas for value and social mobility by the Wall Street Journal. It has also gained recognition as a community-engaged university by the Carnegie Foundation. The I'll recognize a special guest that here on the Senate floor with us today. Then I'm going to yield, Mr. President, to my colleague, Dean Ceferini. And the good part about the university, I'm going to say it goes all the way from Brownsville all the way to Stark County, which is the county that Dean Ceferini represents, but it really provides education to all of South Texas. And what's so important is that it continues to grow a growing middle class in an area that's been so educationally underserved for years. So this is a very key institution that's making a difference in people's lives. So on the floor with me, Mr. President and members, we have Dr. Guy Bailey. Dr. Guy Bailey is the founding president, president with lots of experience from Alabama to Texas Tech. He knows how to run a university, and he's been the founding president of UTRGV. We have Dr. Maggie Hinojosa, who is the executive vice president for strategic initiative and student affairs and a deputy to the president. We have Dr. Ken John Seguin. Dr. Seguin is the Vice President for Research and Dean of the Graduate College. We also have Veronica Gonzalez, who is the Senior Vice President, Government and Community Relations. And Veronica, I think most of you all know her. Some of us served with her when she was in the House, one of the most effective legislators in the legislature. And of course, we miss her. She was the right-hand person for the delegation where we try to pass legislation. And thank you for all the work you did here in the legislature. And then we also have Patrick Gonzalez, Vice President of Marketing and Communications. Welcome. And if I may, Mr. President, I'd like to recognize a group of medical students and students from UTRGV and some of the professors that are here, administrators. Thank you all for being here at your state capitol. And if I may, and that's the vaquero, who is the mascot for our university, waving. And at this time, Mr. President, if I may, I would like to yield to my colleague, Senator Ceferini, Dean Ceferini.
Chair recognizes Dean Ceferini on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hinojosa, for bringing this wonderful, wonderful group to our Texas Senate today so that we can recognize them, a recognition that they truly, truly deserve. It was my pleasure to co-author the legislation that created UTRGV, and today it is my pleasure to join Senator Hinojosa in co-authoring this resolution. In only 10 years, members, UTRGV has grown into one of the largest and most impactful Hispanic-serving institutions in the country. It has expanded access to higher education across the Rio Grande Valley, with campuses stretching from Brownsville to Rio Grande City, and serving communities throughout the region, including Stark County, which is located in the Senatorial District 21, which I represent. The University Stark County campus is an essential part of its mission to provide local students with opportunities to pursue degrees close to home. UTRGV also extends its reach through the UT Center at Laredo, where it currently offers 4 degrees: a Bachelor and Master's degree in Social Work, a Bachelor of Science in Medical Lab Science, and a Master of Education in Counseling. These programs have made all the difference for the counties served by the Laredo UT Education and Research Center. UTRGV's presence helps ensure students in rural and underserved communities can pursue their higher education and enjoy economic mobility. From offering affordable tuition and offering research university opportunities to championing bilingual and bicultural learning, UTRGV is a leader in higher education and a point of pride for our state. That pride is reflected in students such as Paulina King Benitez, a first-generation UTRGV student who is an intern in my Capitol office this session and through the Rio Grande Valley Legislative Internship Program. A political science major with a minor in legal studies, Paulina exemplifies the very best of UTRGV, dedicated, hardworking, and determined to use her education to give back to her community. UTRGV's first decade is a story of growth, access, and impact, and if students like Paulina are any indication, its future will be even brighter. Mr. President and members, please join us in celebrating the 10th anniversary of UTRGV and recognizing individual students like Paulina who represent the next generation of leaders shaped by this extraordinary institution. Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Hinojosa, and the wonderful delegation you brought to join us today.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Nueces.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hinojosa and Senator Zaffarini, for bringing this bill forward. Members, it's a true pleasure to welcome UTRGV to the Texas Capitol today in honor of the school's 10th anniversary. We are immensely proud to have you here and to recognize the incredible work you do for our students, families, and communities across the Rio Grande Valley and beyond. Your commitment to education, innovation, and opportunity is making a genuine difference, not just in South Texas, but throughout the entire state. I also want to take a moment to give a special shout out to a very important part of our team, our scheduler, Natalie Garcia, who's doing a tremendous job for us there in the office. She's a proud vaquero, and we are incredibly fortunate to have her. Thank you, UTRGV, for all that you do in the Valley and for our state. And I just want to make another just personal remark in the fact that I've only had a couple of months working with your leadership team, and I want to thank you all for your responsiveness, for your professionalism, and even in light of concerns, but in light of constituent questions and concerns, you guys have been wonderful. Thank you for your leadership in helping us in South Texas, especially the lower Rio Grande Valley. Look forward to our continued working together. And thank you so much for this tie. Went great with my outfit today. So supporting the UTRGV tie. God bless you guys and welcome to your state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Hinojosa for bringing this resolution forward and to congratulate our friends from the Rio Grande Valley, especially obviously everyone here who's associated, affiliated with the University of Texas, RGV, President Bailey, and your executive leadership team that you brought forward with you. So many amazing, wonderful things come out of the Valley. And so many times when we think of the Valley, we think about all of the agriculture and how it feeds this state and everything it does. But I think what people are going to start to realize and see is all of the human talent that is in the Valley. And all they need is that opportunity to rise, to grow, to be able to stay at home and get that higher education. And so congratulations to your 10-year anniversary. I know you have many more, and to all of the students who came up. Glad to see you here in your state capitol. You need to realize that this building is your building and that we need to do so much work to make sure that the Valley is always a big part of everything the state of Texas does. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. And lastly, Mr. President, I initially got up to add all members, make a motion to add all members' name to this wonderful resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, so ordered. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution?
Mr. President, may I?
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa to close on the resolution.
I do want to say and recognize, I also have a UTRGV student intern up in the gallery, Sylvia Rodriguez. And Sylvia, thank you for your work and all you've done for our office in keeping us open, working, and scheduling, and putting my files together. Thank you so much. With that, Mr. President, I will move adoption of Resolution 358.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted.
Members? Senator Sparks, introduce the doctor of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Nimat Alam. She's board certified in family and geriatric medicine and has over 25 years of experience in the medical field. She completed her residency at Texas Tech Health Science Center at Odessa. Guns up. She's currently the clerkship director and associate professor of the Department of Family and Community Medicine at Texas Tech University Health Science Center at Odessa. Thank you for being here today. Thanks for taking care of us.
Thank you, members. Can we have your attention? Senator Bettencourt? Okay. No, I'm just getting his attention. Okay. The following resolution, the secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 362 by Hagenbu and Paxton, recognizing April 2nd and 3rd, 2025 as Denton County Days at the state capitol. I was wondering. I don't even think
Did the chancellor move to Denton County? I had no idea. If he did, they're better for it, right?
Be arranged, Mr. President.
The following resolution.
Okay, here we go. Senate Resolution 368 by Bettencourt and Colcourse, honoring John Sharp for his service as Chancellor of the Texas A&M University System.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my first question is, how many Aggies does it take to run a world-class university system? And the answer is one great chancellor. Today we gathered to celebrate the retirement of a man who's been the backbone, the brains, and the brawn of the Texas A&M system. Chancellor John Sharp, known for his sharp wit, sharper suits, and one of the sharpest minds in higher education. Sharp earned his bachelor's degree in political science from Texas A&M University, Senator Flores, back in 1972, predating even Uncle Paul and Cousin Pete. where he was a member of the Corps of Cadet Staff and elected student body president, hanging out with his friend of many years at the time, Governor Rick Perry. Before becoming chancellor, he had decades of public service, beginning in 1978, elected to the House of Representatives, later to serve twice in the Texas Senate and the Texas Railroad Commission, and then twice again as state comptroller. In fact, John, regularly, your old black and white pictures stare back at me down in the basement as I walk by. In 2017, Governor Abbott named John Sharp as the leader of the commission to rebuild Texas in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey. Sharp accepted the challenge in unpaid position while continuing to serve as the chancellor of Texas A&M. Later, the state decided to improve disaster response coordination by adding the Texas Division of Emergency Management to the system as its 8th state agency. John's tenure as the longest-running chancellor for 14 years has been nothing short of legendary. He's navigated budgets, legislative authorizations, student campus expansions, and more Aggie jokes than any one human can actually collect in one lifetime. Under his leadership, we've seen record enrollments, groundbreaking research, and a football team that has won 6 bowl games, but sadly, not that elusive national championship. But there's still hope for the future because when I look at John's career, there are some really spectacular, serious achievements. Historic building boom with $11.4 billion for 306 projects and improved facilities at all 11 universities and 8 state agencies and the main campus. The transformation of the Riverside campus into the Rellis Laboratory, a high-tech hub of research labs and test ranges that Mr. President will remember it only cost us $7 million a year. The acquisition and growth of Texas A&M School of Law, which is now considered to be the second ranked in Texas. Renovation of Kyle Field, which opened in 2015 with more than 102,000 seats. 4th biggest football stadium and the biggest in the SEC. 10-year agreement to co-manage the Los Alamos National Laboratories, Space Command, helping with lab management, nuclear operations, national security. The list is endless. But the one thing that he did do better than anything else is he married up to a former constituent of mine, Diane, who's here with him today, and was bright enough to ask Senator Hinojosa and I to be stand-ins as men of distinction, AKA groomsmen, AKA whatever, okay? But more importantly, had a fantastic wedding that we were honored to serve. So with that, Mr. President, who else but John Sharp can turn any meeting into a stand-up comedy routine, any PowerPoint into a presentation like a TED Talk, and more importantly, any Aggie request into reality. And on behalf of the citizens of Texas, John, and as one proud underclassman, I want to wish you great times in retirement. You've had a fantastic career. In my opinion, you're the best chancellor we've had in Texas A&M history. And with that, I'll yield to Senator Kolkhorst and also Senator Hinojosa.
Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for allowing me to joint author this resolution honoring an incredible Texan. I read your bio and you pick up things of when you started, you were at the LBB, you were trained right, you came up through the system, you ran for election, you won runoffs, you did all kind of things. Standing here as the senator for Senate District 18 is a big deal because this man right here was a senator from Senate District 18, hailing from Victoria, Texas. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. There is no more effective person, I really believe in the state of Texas, certainly in this building, Mr. President, than what John Sharp has been throughout his career, but I want to focus just on those years as chancellor. He came into Texas A&M and took It's a world-class university, but you just took it to the next level. And Billy, he was popping off ideas and just saying, hey, make it work, right? And that's how he does it. Mr. President, I'll never forget when he got like, I don't know, $5 million in the budget for like the Rellis campus, right? $7 million, whatever it was. It was like a small amount of money. And I think that the president, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, went for the opening, and then John reminded him that he was going to have ongoing money of, I forgot how many million. 15 years, just keep it going. But that's one example. He took the old, the Air Force Strip, and out there was tons of acreage. And he said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make this a beautiful campus. We're going to name it after our values, hence the acronym RELLIS. And what he did was he said, all these other regional A&M universities, if you want to go and transfer and you want to be in College Station and have that experience, we're going to allow you to do that. And his partnership with Blinn College, where you can go 2 years there, and I know an example of a Brenham kid who didn't go to A&M. He decided to go to A&M Corpus Christi, and I asked, he's one of Jake's roommates, I said, why'd you decide to stay on the Rellis campus? He said, simple economics. I'm going to have the A&M degree, and I'm going to have saved money, and I can get the classes that I need. That's the kind of vision that John Sharp had. And so I really am almost emotional today, because I want to say something. This man's hard. If you crossed him, he let you know, okay? I'll never forget, he called me one day and he said, I'm running an opponent against you. And anyway, we had those moments. We really had those moments, but we've always been family because we were both fighting for the right things. Sometimes differently, Chancellor, but we were always fighting for the right thing. And I just can't tell you, there is no more effective leader. And I don't think he was the best chancellor. He is undoubtedly the best chancellor of Texas A&M, and I dare say, sorry to any of our Longhorns on the floor, the best chancellor of any system that we've ever had. I don't think you're retiring. I know John Sharp, and you're nothing but an idea factory. I look forward to seeing what you do next. I'm certain you have all of our cell phones, and you're going to be calling them. Diana, he's not retiring. So call me and let me know what you're going on to next. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for making Texas A&M, like the things that my good friend Paul Betancourt mentioned, Los Alamos. Who would think that Texas A&M would own Los Alamos? The things that you were able to do, not just in the state of Texas, but to bring Texas A&M to a common name throughout the United States and the world. Thank you. God bless you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on many projects.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffarini on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, what a wonderful surprise to see Chancellor Sharp on the floor today. I know that we're all delighted to see him along with his beautiful wife and with a delegation from A&M. And I, as a Longhorn, am proud to join my friend Aggie, Senator Betancourt, in praising this wonderful, wonderful leader. Because what is so special about John Sharp is not only that he is so hardworking, such an effective leader, and such an intelligent person, but also that he is so responsive, always so helpful, and always so funny. He is wit personified, and it is always such a pleasure to work with him. He has been a fabulous chancellor, not only for his alma mater, A&M, but for every regional university. And we in Laredo truly are so grateful for everything he has done for Texas A&M International University. In fact, Friday he will be honored in Laredo with a luncheon in his honor, and it is a packed room already. We are turning people away, finding a way to accommodate them because so many people, not only Aggies, want to be there to celebrate this wonderful leader. And in fact, 2 of the 3 hosts are Longhorn, Senator Betancourt. So you know that he has been so effective. John Sharp was the pride and joy of the Democratic Party when he held all those offices. But what makes him so special is that he is probably the most bipartisan person in leadership positions. He has been able to work so effectively with Democrats and Republicans and even independents. And every time that he sets his mind to it, he accomplishes his goal. Thank you, John, for everything you have done and for everything you will do. And I am confident that you will continue to be a leader for our great state. And I am confident you will be as funny as ever wherever you go. I will not be funny about you today because we're in the Texas Senate, but Friday I will tell some stories about you, so be ready. And Mr. President and members, we appreciate him so much that he was named Mr. South Texas, not simply for what he has done as a professional and as an educator, but what he has done for the entire South Texas region. We will always be grateful. We will always hold you in the highest esteem, and we will always be ready to sing your praises. Again, thank you. John, we love you.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And actually, Senator Betancourt, we were the best man at his wedding when he met his beautiful lady and wife, Diane. We had a wonderful time at that wedding, and we all ended up dancing on the dance floor that evening. And you should have seen John Sharp move. He could dance, so could Diane. So he's got some moves. But I got to tell you, I first met John Sharp when he was in the Texas House of Representatives. I served with him in the Texas House and when he was in the Senate. Interestingly enough, the other person that probably had a big impact in our relationship, the political side, was former Governor Rick Perry. They both went to A&M, and then they served in the House together. And I could also tell you some stories about that, Dean Cefarini, but I'll keep them to myself right now. But I will tell you this, aside from all the different positions he's held in state government, John Sharp is a problem solver. But his focus is not just on A&M College Station. His influence and impact has been statewide. Not only bringing higher education to a higher level, but in the Rio Grande Valley, he goes white wing hunting every season, and he loves the valley. But in 1999, he wrote a report when he was comptroller of the state of Texas saying the challenges and the benefits and the human resources we had in the Rio Grande Valley. He started and recommended certain initiatives that we adopted, put in place. It made such a difference in growing our middle class, growing our educational institutions down in the valley. He made a difference in the quality of life for us in the valley. But in addition to that, I got to tell you a quick story. You all recall we created University of Texas Rio Grande Valley and the medical school in 2013. Prior to that, for whatever reason, the University of Texas system was dragging its feet about creating a new medical school in South Texas. So we went to John Sharp. I said, Chancellor, this is what we need from you. And he came down to the valley, and lo and behold, he agreed to have Texas A&M create a new medical school in the Rio Grande Valley. And he committed $50 million at that time. I'm sure the Board of Regents was asking the question, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But about 2 or 3 days later, Mr. President, guess what? UT relented and said, no, we'll go ahead and support a medical school in the Rio Grande Valley. So it's amazing his power and influence that he has. Just his words mean so much, has tremendous impact on the action of other people, knowing that he is a serious person, knowing that he is very well respected and very credible. So thank you for that, Chancellor. And I could say more about you, but I will say this. We're very grateful for what you have done, not only for our A&M, but higher education and our economy when you were comptroller, with so many ideas that really help us grow our economy here in Texas. But you also created the Higher Education A&M Center in the Rio Grande Valley, increasing your imprint. And we have many, many Aggies down in the Rio Grande Valley. And also, of course, in Corpus Christi, we have A&M Corpus Christi. So for us in the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas, for all of us in our state, we're very grateful to you. We are grateful to Diane that now has to put up with you. But again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the service to our great state. And thank you for taking care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Betancourt for Senate Resolution 368. But the many conversations Chancellor Sharp and I have had over his years as Chancellor make me think about the fact that you never forgot where you came from. the son of an oil field worker and a school teacher. You get credit for being from Victoria, but my research says you were born and raised in a small farming community just south of Victoria in Placido, Texas. And I believe that your leadership, as it was shown, that came up at a young age, being elected the president of your class as a sophomore, then student body president at A&M later, went on, but I got to meet you as a comptroller when I was a young city councilman. And as I would hear you give your speeches about the companies that were talking about coming to Texas, you'd always say they asked you two questions. What's the average age of the population? And what's their educational attainment? You never forgot that it was that education of our community, of our state, that is going to help us be the state we are today and the state we want to be in the future. I believe that you've always been driven by your roots, by those strong roots that you got in South Texas for your mom and dad. And I think that because, you had that diverse background, a school teacher, an oil field worker, that you knew how to work with diverse people. You get a lot of credit for a lot of things, but I think none will be more impactful than the Texas Tomorrow Fund. Helping Texans be able to send their kids to college. And when we had waste and fraud in our food stamp program, you solved it with technology, with a Lone Star card. And when the Texas Lottery first came about, you were comptroller, you ran it with 189 people as opposed to the 1,000 they used in California and 750 in Florida. You have always been so creative, so intelligent, so efficient. But what separates you from so many other people is you bring heart, you bring compassion, you bring those roots that you developed South Texas in that small farming community to serve the whole state. And the conversations I've always enjoyed the most over the years is talking about a kid from inner city San Antonio who desperately wants to go to A&M, has the grades, doesn't know how to do it, doesn't have parents who know who to call or what to do, and you come up with solutions. You come up with plans. You come up with ways so that everybody who wants to have that higher education can get there. So on behalf of the millions of Texans who may never meet you, but they have their future to thank because of John Sharp, I want to say thank you. Thank you for a life well lived. Thank you for a life of service. Thank you for not using your amazing God-given talents just to enrich yourself, but to enrich the whole state of Texas. We love you. God bless. Well deserved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say I have a little bit of concern with all of this lofty talk and high praise. Just going to add to his belief that he can run the world. But maybe he truly can. I want to echo a couple of thoughts that Dean Zaffarini had. As a Longhorn, I've been very humbled at how you've embraced me in this new position, and I want to thank you very much for that. I also want to thank you for the way that you have completely supported West Texas A&M up in Canyon. And it's a great institution, and it's part of what makes the Panhandle great. So thank you for all of your support there. And I truly look forward to, I don't believe he's retiring either. I truly look forward to what John Sharp is going to be up to next.
Senator Creighton on the resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Betancourt, for bringing this resolution forward. Chancellor, it's been great to work with you in my capacity in chairing the education committees and also on Article 3 and all the budgeting process. I mean, what A&M produces as leaders and future leaders for this state is just, it goes without saying that under your guidance and leadership as chancellor, that you're leaving Texas A&M in an incredible position for the future. And all of the planning and the strategy and the focus that you've put together to guide the university forward as a flagship for the great state of Texas, it just, again, can't say enough about how impressed I've been in working with you in setting up A&M for and all of its students and the rest and Texas as a whole, that whether or not a Texan has an opportunity to gain admittance and attend Texas A&M University, every Texan owns a piece of it in their heart. And you've represented that so well. I just firmly believe, having attended the other school, that A&M is an anchor for the future of this state and for the country. So I just can't thank you enough. I'm excited to see what this next chapter brings for you. I hope I'm a part of it. I'm always here if you ever need anything, as is the sentiment across this floor. I know you served on this floor until '87, is that right? And you've had such distinguished service prior to that and after. But whatever it is you're working on this next chapter, I want to be a part of it. I'm grateful for you. I'm thankful for your friendship. I appreciate your leadership and your contributions to this state, and so many do, and you are loved and have great respect. And with that, Senator Bettencourt, I'll yield back to you for closing. Thank you, Chancellor.
Senator Campbell, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Chancellor Sharp, I'm not sure what I can add to the fabulous support that's been shown you here today. But all that support just shows that you've had great leadership. You've pushed Texas to be one of the best state in the nation to live in. And that strong leadership provides a foundational legacy that you can be proud of, and you're leaving for your family, and you're leaving a legacy for other leaders to follow. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator, well, let me start over. Friend, former student body president, senator, comptroller, chancellor. Congratulations on everything that you've done. I'm not going to prolong this. I just want to say we hadn't always agreed, but what we agree on is this: you have served A&M well in terms of all of the accomplishments of the university, how you've dealt with issues surrounding the university in a first-class manner, as you've always done. We're proud, Carol and I were proud to be at y'all's wedding and look forward to continuing our relationship way past this chapter in your life. And just like Senator Campbell, I can't wait to see what the next chapter looks like, because I know it's going to be just as exciting as the past chapters have. Members, I've known John Sharp ever since I was in college. Jack Martin, myself, John Sharp, all of us were involved in Texas Student Association together. And just to see you on the floor, previously in the House, now here in the Senate, being congratulated by this particular body on a job well done, I had to stand up and say, thank you for all you've done. I look forward to continuing to get your advice on issues that the great state of Texas faces in higher education. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nichols, on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm kind of a storyteller, so I like to tell a story, but and I'm sure you don't remember this, but 25 years ago, I met you in a little town called Childress, Texas. Childress, I was a TxDOT commissioner, and I think you were running a race against a guy named Rick Perry. And that little town was doing a groundbreaking on a new district office, which was a huge thing for that little town. They had shut down the entire town. All the businesses closed. They let school out. The cheerleaders were there. The band was there. It was set up like a carnival. And there was a stage, and they came to me and said, you're the only dignitary here, and John Sharp wants to speak off the stage. And so we want you to introduce John Sharp, but we also want you to introduce Rick Perry at the same time. It was a campaign stop. Y'all had figured out there's going to be a lot of people in that small town. I didn't really know you, but I had about 5 minutes to prepare for your introduction and his. I knew him more, and I tried to think of everything nice I could say about a man I really did not know, and I made it through it, and you did a great job. But what I have watched over the last 25 years, you working in so many different capacities, that everything nice I said that day is true. It has come true. You have made a big impact on this state and touched so many different parts of this state that we all will never really know the kind of things that long-term were impacted by the work you've done. So thank you very much, and good luck on your retirement.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perry on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Chancellor, I've called you a foe. I'll call you a friend, too. I will tell you, you taught me how politics work a little bit, and I'm not a real political guy, but what you really taught me was hard work and persistence pays off. You set the bar pretty high for other university systems. Sometimes we were chasing you. Sometimes we were ahead of you, and just to see if you could catch up. But you made the university systems in this state better because you were always that group that, what is A&M doing? Where's John going? What is John thinking? And so just internally working through the university systems and my alma mater, Red Raiders, Texas Tech, you've made us better. And I think you can leave that legacy. All university systems aspire to do what you can do, but also sometimes to try to beat you before you're there. So it makes it, the competition has been healthy. But I do say a foe is accurate on some of the initiatives that we were against each other on, but I will truly call you your friend. You've got my cell number. Sometimes you text things that are probably not repeatable, but sometimes you text very big encouragement when it was needed, and I appreciate that. So thank you for who you are.
Senator Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for bringing this. And Senator West, you brought up a lot of titles. And a lot of titles where people would see John Sharp being John Sharp and leading towards excellence and always setting the bar above wherever you were. Didn't matter how much you accomplished, no matter how much Texas A&M accomplished. I'm glad you were there when my kids were there and were their leader at that time. But you always moved the bar, always moved the bar. And it seemed unreachable at times, and then you reached it. But of all those titles, anybody that worked on finance, anybody that's been inside this pink dome, the title we know you as that wasn't mentioned is the ghost. How many times did we talk amongst members saying, this has John Sharp's fingerprints nowhere near it, which means he must be involved? You accomplished so much that cannot be traced back to you in a positive way for the good of Texas that we knew you impacted because your heart was always for the best for Texas. And you didn't have to have your name on it. So there are accomplishments around this state that you know you had something to do with, and we know you had something to do with, but your fingerprints are nowhere near it because that's the way you led. And you knew that you could accomplish so much more in so many ways without taking credit for it. So I appreciate your leadership in that way, where you didn't have to be out front. You just had to accomplish good things for the state of Texas and the people of Texas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Betancourt, for bringing this. I had not known John Sharp, but my early, I believe it was the first or second session I was here, we were struggling to pass campus carry. And my introduction to you was my mission to go talk to you about campus carry, because we were getting a lot of pushback from universities about, oh, there are going to be the problems with campus carry and guns on the campus and stuff like that. Interesting enough, you were a cadet at A&M about the same time I was a cadet at the Citadel, so we had a nice discussion on that and got back around to the guns, and you kind of leaned back in your chair, and I won't use the exact words that you used at that time, it was in the chamber, but you looked at me, he says, handgun on campus? He said, well, when I was a cadet here, we had the artillery on the east side of the campus, and the targets were on the right side, west side of the campus, and we just fired over the campus. Why would anybody worry about a little handgun being carried? And so that kind of gave us the answer where A&M stood on the issue of campus carry. But thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hall.
At the right time, I'd like to make a motion that we add all names to the resolution.
Sure. And now is good.
I so move.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none. Resolution is adopted. And of course, Senator Birdwell, when he came to visit you, he was carrying a cannon behind him, so it all worked out just fine. Senator Betancourt, Mace, did you? Senator Betancourt to close.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's getting tired of standing. He just winked at me like,
well, you know what he's really tired of? This is the only place he can't shoot back at what people are saying. But Senator Zaffarini, he's going to be ready to do it in Laredo on Friday. John, I just think one last statement. Aggies occasionally lose, but we never quit. And you have never quit, and I'm not letting you quit now because there's more work to do. Now, Diane and Billy and Ray might be a little bit less busy than they used to be after the second quarter, but I know that there's more in you for Texas A&M, the great state of Texas, and John Sharp is a legend to both. And with that, Mr. President, I move passage of Senate Resolution 368.
And Senator, I can tell you about working with the Chancellor now for a decade. And Senator Hancock, I know a little bit about what he was involved in where there were no fingerprints. You all would be stunned. Did you ever not get what you want?
Once.
Did you ever not get what you needed? Yeah. He said he'll let us know after this session. Well, we'll try to send you out on a relatively high note, within reason, of course. It's been a great honor to work with you. You're a great friend, and you've done it. Everything they said is true. Members, please stand in honor of our Chancellor, Texas A&M. John Sharp, the resolution is adopted. Please go up and get your picture. He only charges $9.95. Members, the following resolution, Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 361 by West, recognizing April 4th, 2025 as Texas HBCU Day at the state capitol.
You're recognized, Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for continuing to allow me to serve on higher education and also the Education Committee. I've had the pleasure of being able to be involved in education policy in this state for the past few years. Today I rise to recognize the accomplishment of educated students, administrators, and elected officials who support Texas's historically black colleges and universities. Mr. President, please indulge me for a brief history lesson about
Senator, can you hold the mic closer? You're hard to hear a little bit.
You can't hear me?
Now we can hear you. That's the Royce we know.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you please indulge me for a little brief history lesson about members of our historically black colleges and universities. As you may know, Houston-Tillotson is a private HBCU, historically black college, located right here in Austin, Texas, members, if you did not know, right off of 7th Street. But did you know that Houston-Tillotson University is the oldest university in Austin? Founded Senator Zaffarini in 1875. It predates the University of Texas at Austin by 8 years. Mr. President, did you know that Purdue Agricultural and Mechanical University, also known as PV, is the second oldest public university in Texas, established Senator Creighton in 1876, and is among the oldest universities here in Texas, and have been producing engineers, architects, nurses, educators for more than 150 years, members. 150 years. But did you know that PV, as it's fondly referred to, PV, you know, throughout Texas, has trained healthcare professionals at its College of Nursing for over the past 100 years and remains one of the top producers of nurses in the state of Texas. Mr. President, you may know that famous alum of Texas Southern University, Megan Thee Stallion. I think you know about Megan Thee Stallion, Mr. President. That's a favorite of yours. Was a graduate of Texas Southern University. But you may not know that Barbara Jordan, whose portrait hangs on the wall, Mickey Leland, former member of the House, congressman, two of our highly esteemed and revered colleagues here in the legislature, also are graduates of Texas Southern University. And Mr. President, a study found that Texas HBCUs generated over $1 billion in total economic impact annually and support thousands of jobs in this state. And as it relates to PV, we begin to look at architects here in this state. PV is a proud producer of many architects, engineers, scientists, as well as Texas Southern. And so, members, we also have a law school at Texas Southern, Thurgood Marshall School of Law, that has produced, Mr. President, 43% of the practicing African-American lawyers in the state of Texas have graduated from Purdue A&M University. 17% of those African-American lawyers are lawyers that go throughout the state of Texas, and frankly, over 1,000 Hispanic lawyers who graduated from Texas Southern University. When I begin to think about what these institutions have meant to higher education and our economy, it's second to none. And the fact of the matter is we have some of those students here today that currently attend these universities, and some of them have recently graduated. And so I want to make certain that we recognize them and that we pass a resolution in favor of this young group of students who've come together to make certain that they represent the best and brightest of the state of Texas, and also represent an organization that want to make certain that their voices are heard, that their institutions are not overlooked, that their institutions' needs are met here in the state Senate, and also the legislature. So members, I'm going to ask the young students to stand up, and let's make certain that we recognize them in their participation. Stand up, and let's recognize them.
Thank you, Senator West. The resolution is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The following resolution, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 362 by Hagenbu and Parker, recognizing April 2nd and 3rd, 2025 as Denton County Days at the state capitol.
We finally got to Denton County Days. Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it's a great honor to have with us Senator Parker and I, our home folks here today, and to recognize Denton County Days at the Capitol. And we split the county, Senator Parker and I. He's in the southwest portion, I'm in the northeast portion, and I'll kind of focus on my side of it a little bit today. But Denton County has a population of 1 million people. It's I believe the fastest growing of the top 10 counties in the state. I think we have about 86 people a year added to the county. It's one of the fastest growing in the nation. That's because of several things, but the most important is the leadership. And we have some here of the county court here. We have Judge Andy Eads, Commissioner Bobby Mitchell, and Commissioner Kevin Faulconer. And a couple of other commissioners had to leave earlier. And we also have the leaders from a number of the great cities in Denton County. And let me mention some of them. And if you'd stand if you're in the gallery when I mention if you're from that city. We got Denton County, I think the mayor's here. So Gerard Hudspeth. Stay standing if you would. Frisco, Little Elm, Corinth, Crossroads, Aubrey, Pilot Point, Prosper, Sanger, I believe. I've seen folks from all of those in the last night and this morning, and it was great to see. There may be some others. Please, everybody from Denton County, please stand. We want to recognize you. Let's give them a hand, would you, folks? And then TJ's there from Louisville. These are great leaders in thriving communities, and that's one of the reasons why the county is growing so fast. Another is because of great education. We have University of North Texas, which educates 46,000 students. It's nationally recognized for its academic excellence and career preparation. And we have TWU as well, Texas Women's University, which is developing leaders in all kinds of disciplines. And then North Texas College has over 60 degrees, certifying and certifications, and it's highly regarded for equipping young people for the job market of the future. And another great reason for why Denton County is growing so fast and so many people want to come, including you, potentially Senator Betancourt, possibly, sounded like earlier. The county is a cultural and recreational gem. It boasts one of the largest equestrian regions of the Southwest, and it's home of the Texas Motor Speedway. Denton's rich in its music history and celebrated each year with the Denton Arts and Jazz Festival, a beloved tradition that showcases the city's deep artistic roots. And Denton County is the home of the North Texas State Fair, and we're excited to have the brand new event center that the fair will be hosted at coming up soon. It's under construction soon, and we'll use it for other community events. All that attracts great businesses and jobs, like the Cowboys headquarters, PGA headquarters, Peterbilt, Warren Buffett's Nebraska Furniture Mart, and many tech companies like Core Scientific, which started in Bitcoin and has now moved to be a data center for AI. Denton County's really just a great place to do business, great place to live, a great place to raise a family, and that's because of the leaders you see here today. And I'm proud to serve with you, and I'm proud to recognize you here as the Texas Senate. Thank you.
Senator Parker on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise as well just to welcome all of our incredible friends here from Denton County, our amazing county judge and commissioners, so many amazing and incredible leaders. I want all of our colleagues here in the Texas Senate to recognize amazing mayors and council members, great school districts, amazing chambers, great business people. We wouldn't be Denton County without the heart that each of you bring to the table every day. That's what makes Denton County so special, is that we work together collaboratively in ways that are so unique and so special. And it's been my great honor to spend my life in the county, to Beth and I to raise our girls in Denton County, and to represent you in the Texas House for all those years. I was so blessed to do so, and now in the Texas Senate. So it's my great honor to have you all here alongside my friend and colleague, Senator Hagenbu, to welcome you to your Texas Senate. And again, I can't thank you enough. I can't say enough about the leadership of Judge Eads. Judge, you've been a role model for what a county judge should do in their personal life and their professional life, the way that you lead yourself in every way. Commissioner Mitchell, if you don't know, we call her the prayer warrior to my friends here in the Texas Senate. No one prays more passionately, and we all know when we need to direct conductivity directly to God, we go directly to Commissioner Mitchell. And then Commissioner Falconer, thank you for all you do. Such an incredible role model. Do a great job as our commissioner as well. And we're just so blessed to have all of you. So on behalf of the Texas Senate, it is our great honor to welcome you here. Thanks for all you do. Denton County strong. God bless you all. Travel home safe. Thank you very much for being here today.
Senator Hagenbuch to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a joy to have you here today. Just welcome to your capital, all of you. And look forward to seeing you some more today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you move adoption?
Move adoption. Yes, of course.
Members, Senator Hagan moves adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Senator Cook, you're recognized for a recognition. Senator Cook. Senator Cook, you're recognized for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm excited to welcome advocates from the Texas Streets Coalition to the Senate gallery today. If y'all want to go ahead and stand if you're able to be recognized. This coalition brings together more than 30 nonprofits and community organizations across Texas, all working to support transportation planning that puts people first. With Texas growing, our transportation systems should serve every Texan with the necessary opportunities to navigate their communities safely. I commend the Texas Streets Coalition for the continuous efforts to safer streets across our state, centering our communities in every conversation, and for amplifying the voices of our neighbors. I'm proud to stand with y'all in this fight, and I thank you for the tremendous work you do for the people of Texas. And I just want to add, members, that this is a watershed moment for me. It's very special that they're here. I was a volunteer organizer on the exact same trip 2 years ago, and this group supported me and helped put me in the Texas Senate, and just very honored to have been a part of y'all and to welcome you here today. So thank y'all so much for being here in the Texas Senate. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments: to be members of the Texas State Board of Examiners of Professional Counselors. 1, U. Elisa Chan, San Antonio. James B. Bryan Eby, Wichita Falls. Corey B. Rose, Austin. To be members of the Texas Commission on Fire Protection, James P. Mallinger, Cedar Park. Sue A. DeVillas, Georgetown. Philip Paul Hamilton, Amarillo. John D. Ortega Jr., San Antonio. Brandon L. Wade, Corpus Christi. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Chair lays out the following resolutions. Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 363 by Parker, SR 364 by Nichols, SR 365 by Colhorst, SR 366 by Colhorst.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions till the end of today's calendar. Hearing and seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 27.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, committee substitute for Senate Bill 27 is another bill in the Senate's historic legislative package that will lift up and support our Texas teachers. This legislation is a direct and thoughtful response to what we've heard from our educators across the state and to the recommendations of the Texas Teacher Vacancy Task Force. This bill is bold in its scope and clear in its purpose. Texas lawmakers are standing with our Texas teachers. We're sending a powerful message that we hear you and we're taking action. I would like to mention, Mr. President and members, a few highlights within the legislation itself. First is a teacher time study, looking closely at schedules, non-instructional duties, and professional development requirements to ensure that our teachers have enough time during the regular workday to do their jobs effectively and to meet the expectations that are placed upon them. Another critical component of the bill strengthens classroom discipline policies. Teachers will have the authority to remove students who are disruptive, abusive, or engaging in bullying. And a student cannot be returned to that same classroom without a written return to class plan and, importantly, the teacher's consent. I'd like to remind all of us members in recent teacher surveys, safety and classroom control and order were the most significant factor to teachers leaving the classroom. So Senate Bill 27 aims to keep our classrooms an environment for learning, an environment that has order, an environment where all students have an equal opportunity to learn. I want to remind all of you as well, members, that Senate Bill 27 guarantees that teachers will be promptly notified of any threat that may impact their safety. That's just basic workplace respect, and that's long overdue. As again, in our teacher surveys across the state for our over 370,000 teachers, safety is the number one concern on whether or not they will choose to remain in the profession. The historic pay increases we've passed already off of this Senate floor for our teachers members, that often ranks third or fourth among these teacher surveys statewide. Still very important, still at the top of the list, but the safety factors that we address in this legislation are most of the time first among those teacher surveys that are administered. Finally, to help address teacher shortages in high need areas, the bill waives the cost of the first certification exam for our educators that are pursuing credentials in bilingual education, special education, and other critical shortage areas within the teaching profession. This is another recommendation taken directly from the Teacher Vacancy Task Force members that had direct teacher input through a very rigorous process that established the top goals of our teachers across Texas and their expectations and needs in order, again, to stay in the profession long term. Members, these are real solutions to very real concerns brought to us directly by our Texas educators, and through Senate Bill 27 and previously Senate Bill 26 that we've already passed, and the broader legislative package this session that we have on behalf of our teachers in the Senate Education Committee. We're affirming what the Texas Teacher Bill of Rights certainly set out to do and established as top priorities to protect, support, and strengthen the teaching profession in our state and to stand tall for our Texas teachers. Mr. President, members, I do plan to offer a few amendments today, including one to clear up certain inquiries from among our members related to teacher removals for students that are disrupting the classroom or consistent disruptors. I'm happy to take questions, but Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 26.
Member Senator Creighton moves suspension.
Senate Bill 27, Mr. President.
Oh, okay. Member Senator Creighton moves suspension of regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 27. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 27. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 27 relating to the rights of public school educators and financial and other assistance provided to educators.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment reduces the number of days that a posting for a vacant position at a district must be posted before the district can fill the position. Current law requires that these positions be posted for 10 school days. This passed into law before the internet was widespread, and this provision is tying the hands of districts looking to fill positions quickly. This amendment supports teachers and districts by reducing bureaucratic barriers that prevent a job offer from being offered in a timely manner, and while ensuring the position is posted for enough time for teachers to learn that the job posting exists. I move adoption.
Member Senator Creighton moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is kind of an efficiency in getting teachers, qualified teachers certified. For somebody who is seeking certification as a bilingual educator, who they have to take a multi-part test. If they fail one section of the multi-part test, this would allow them to retake only the portion that they failed instead of the entire thing. And I believe that the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, members, and thank you, Senator Johnson, for bringing this amendment forward. It's in line with the Teacher Vacancy Task Force recommendations. I know you put a lot of time into this, and you've worked very closely with our office. Very appreciative of that. The TEA is engaging in an exam redesign in process for the bilingual target language proficiency test that aligns with this statutory language. Again, appreciate your time and effort on the amendment. It's acceptable to the author.
Members, Senator Johnson moves adoption of floor amendment number 2. It is acceptable to Senator Creighton. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, amendment number 2 is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this will help our teachers in use of their paid time off. Under the Family Medical Leave Act of 1993, certain employers have to provide employees, like our teachers, with up to 12 weeks of job-protected, unpaid leave per year. Those 12 weeks can be taken for reasons such as birth, care of a newborn, placement for adoption, family member with serious health condition, or their own injuries or health conditions. But right now, when our teachers use FMLA, they're required to use their days of paid time off in conjunction with that. This amendment just gives them the option to use their paid time off not in conjunction with FMLA and save that for later if that's what they want to do. It's voluntary and it gives option to our teachers, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment. Stand by. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask the author of the amendment questions.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Mr. President, I yield, of course.
You recognize Senator Eckhart.
This is such a wonderful pro-labor amendment, Senator Hughes. Would you be in favor of making this option available to employees generally or only to teachers?
Well, Senator, this issue was brought to us during last session, and we had some legislation on it. To the extent this can be used to help other employees, and let's talk about that too. This bill is about teachers, and so we want to make sure that they have as many options as we can give them. But yes, ma'am, please show me some other opportunities, but we certainly like it for teachers.
I certainly want this for classroom teachers, but I want this for all mothers and fathers. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Hughes, our offices, we've worked closely on this. Senator Hughes, thank you for bringing it forward on behalf of our Texas teachers. It's acceptable to the author.
Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption of floor amendment number 3. It is acceptable to Senator Creighton. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment provides clarity to our provisions that authorize classroom teachers to remove students from class. The amendment clarifies that a return to class plan is not required to be put together in circumstances where a student is briefly removed from class and returns to that class with teacher consent. The amendment also directs the TEA to develop a template to return to class plan and to reduce the burden on districts that are required to put together a return to class plan when a student's returned to a teacher's class without their consent. Next, the amendment clarifies that teachers have the opportunity to provide input in a school's placement review committee and parent-teacher conference that occurs when a teacher's formally when a student is formally removed from a class. Last, this amendment continues to protect teachers' rights to remove a student who is bullying others or is verbally abusive immediately, but it does require more than one instance of a simple class disruption to remove a student from that class. It's agreed to by our various teacher organizations, and we work closely with Senator West and his office on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, Senator Creighton moves adoption. Floor amendment number 4. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by West.
Senator West on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This floor amendment will ensure that students with parents are informed of their appellate rights during this particular process. I think this is agreeable with the author of the bill.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, been working closely with Senator West on this. It's acceptable to the author.
Members, Senator West moves adoption. Floor amendment number 5. It's acceptable to Senator Creighton. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 5 is adopted. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Member Senator Creighton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Boardwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 27. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 27 relating to the rights of public school educators and financial and other assistance provided to educators.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's another great day in the Texas Senate for our Texas teachers. I move final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 27.
Members, Senator Creighton moves final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 27. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Boardwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Creighton. Senator Paxton, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider SJR 12.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Joint Resolution 12. Members, it's well established in both Texas and U.S. Supreme Court precedent that parents are the ultimate decision makers regarding their child's education. In choosing professional educators to facilitate that education, parents do not cede their fundamental right to educate their child. Rights do not come from the government. As our founding documents boldly state, our rights come from God, and it's the role of government to recognize and protect these rights. Parental rights in education in Texas are currently enumerated across the Education Code quite broadly. Enshrining these rights in the Texas Constitution's Bill of Rights will protect them by making it more difficult for these rights to be rescinded in the future. Members, SJR 12 does not alter, it does not remove, and it does not create any new parental rights. It simply makes them part of the Bill of Rights in the Texas Constitution. This is a refile of the engrossed version of SJR 29, which of the last session, which passed the Senate with bipartisan support. I move to suspend.
Members, Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on SJR 12. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 12. Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 12, proposing a constitutional amendment establishing a parent's right to direct a child's education.
Senator Paxton, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Will hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Parker, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1741.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Texas universities have become increasingly vulnerable to foreign influence, foreign interference, and intellectual property theft due to their global connections and highly sensitive research. Such activities can significantly damage national security and the economy, jeopardize academic freedom, and undermine research integrity. Members, protecting intellectual property is crucial to maintaining Texas's competitive edge in research and innovation. The committee's substitute to 1741 aims to prevent foreign interference and intellectual property theft at Texas public institutions of higher education by implementing the following measures: requiring universities to report foreign funding received during the preceding academic year to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by September 1 of each year; prohibiting universities from accepting gifts, grants, or donations from adversarial governments; mandating espionage and intellectual property theft prevention training for all researchers at Texas institutions of higher education, ensuring that they are knowledgeable about the risks, methods of foreign influence, foreign interference, signs of such activities, protective measures, and reporting procedures; establishing a reporting system for students,
faculty, and staff to report suspicious activity related to espionage or intellectual property theft at their institutions. Granting rulemaking authority to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to adopt rules necessary to implement these measures. Members, by adopting this committee substitute for 1741, we can help protect the intellectual property of our universities, maintain Texas's competitive edge in research and innovation, and safeguard our national security. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Member, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1741. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1741. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1741 relating to measures to prevent foreign influence, foreign interference, and intellectual property theft at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Parker, recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Member, Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Member, Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Cordwell,
There being
Blanco.
31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1741. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1741 relating to measures to prevent foreign influence, foreign interference, and intellectual property theft at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, members, I want to thank you for understanding the importance of protecting our national security and protecting our intellectual property. Mr. President, I move final passage.
Member, Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1741. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Cordwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 29, committee substitute. Senators, this has been called the Dexit Bill. We know that for so long, Delaware has been the state of incorporation, the presumed or even assumed state of incorporation for corporations, because for years they cultivated that as a welcome place. That's changing, and so many companies are learning that Texas is where they belong. And of course, more companies here means more growth. It means more jobs. It means a higher standard of living for Texans. That's what Senate Bill 29 is about. It's bold, and it's a necessary step for our state. We're already known for our business-friendly climate and our commitment to economic prosperity. This builds on that, strengthens our corporate governance framework by providing clarity, predictability, and efficiency to businesses operating under the Texas Business Organizations Code. Many people serving here are in business, and we have constituents back home who are as well. And we know how important certainty and predictability are for these companies that want to grow the economy and provide jobs. For Texans, this is a boon because it protects the vitality of the companies that drive our economy. It curbs abusive actions that drain corporate resources that could otherwise fund wages, expansions, and community investment. For businesses, this means flexibility to tailor governance to their unique needs because one size does not fit all. It allows them to streamline voting and maintaining judicial oversight and transparency for shareholders. Finally, it empowers companies to operate with confidence, knowing their decisions are shielded from baseless attacks, but they're still held to a high standard of accountability. This will put Texas as a beacon for investment, for innovation, and delivering prosperity to our people and stability to our business community. That's what the bill does, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the bill.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Yes, Mr. President. Of course, I'll yield.
You're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
And Senator Hughes, I'm going to apologize in advance. I am not a corporate entities attorney. I don't do derivatives lawsuits. So I feel like I'm kind of going back to school and looking forward to you educating me here.
We'll learn together, Senator. This is not my area of practice either.
So my great staff did this wonderful comparison between Texas and Delaware on corporate governance, and it does appear that your bill is essentially putting us in competition with Delaware for the most lenient corporate governance in the United States. Is that a fair description?
Well, Senator, I would not say lenient. I would say there's more certainty. For example, on the surface, let's talk about derivative lawsuits. On the surface, it appears that Delaware allows a derivative suit to be brought by a single shareholder. But in practice, and when we look at the cases coming out of the Chancery Court there, in practice, in many or most cases, the board of directors must consent to a derivative suit, which they're not likely to do, as you know. The bill before us would allow companies that want to set a 3% floor so that everyone knows the rules. And of course, no company is required to adopt this standard, but I would say it's not about leniency, but about certainty and predictability.
So if this bill passes, the state of Texas would be more restrictive with regard to books and records access, excluding emails, 6 months, or a 5% threshold, whereas Delaware is more permissive. There's no threshold, and it includes emails when necessary. What is your thought with regard to excluding access to emails and establishing this threshold?
Well, thank you, Senator. With regard to books and records and whether they include emails and text messages, under this bill, if an email, a text message, if an electronic communication effectuates a corporate action, if that's how the decision is made, if that's how the action is taken, then of course that's subject to inspection as books and records. Other than that, it would not be. But I want to stress, nothing in this bill affects the rules of evidence, affects the rules of discoverability, of admissibility. So those are all still in place. So if there's litigation and there's a question about whether emails are relevant, those are still relevant. Those rules are unchanged. This is only about the books and records, as that term is used internally.
So I also note that this allows an SLC automatically, whereas Delaware assesses SLC independence after the fact.
Senator, as I understand the way this bill would work, because those special, if we're talking about independent committees, when a company wants to do an interested transaction or something like that, okay, thank you. Like you, I want to make sure I'm using the right terms. The idea here is for the company to disclose what's going on and propose the members of their committee so that it can be put before the board, and also to get a court to say, yes, that is an independent committee. Once that decision's been made, once we know that they're independent, then they can move forward and act, and it does give them not a complete safe harbor, but it does give them some insulation after the fact, only if there's approval up front and court approval.
I'm still trying to digest all of this because, as I said before, these are big moves, and it does appear that we are creating a very pro-management, litigant-resistant circumstance. Would you agree that as we reduce the regulatory regime on businesses, we will be more reliant on shareholders and the courts to check abuses by corporate entities?
Well, Senator, let me say this in response to that question. If we're talking about litigation or claims or allegations against companies that they have breached a contract.
Could we have a little quiet behind the rail? Thank you very much so we can hear.
To the extent our concern is about claims against a corporation that they have breached a contract or acted improperly or unfairly toward another company, toward an individual, toward their employees, toward the motoring public, for any claims against a corporation about their conduct to other actors, this bill does not affect that at all. This bill is only about those internal matters with corporations. So if we're talking about any kind of tort claim or injury claim, that's not affected at all by this bill.
I completely agree that your bill is only goes to internal conflict with the corporation. But my question is, as we reduce the regulatory regime, and I'll add to it based on your response, and as we reduce the public's ability to bring a cause of action against a corporation, aren't the shareholders of those corporations carrying a larger burden to internally police the actions of their of the corporate entity for which they hold shares?
They do have responsibility. I agree, and as you know, that the existence of the corporation and that structure, that goes way back centuries. That concept's been around a long time, and yes, I agree with you. I do want to stress, if we compare this statute to Delaware, for example, and how cases work in practice in Delaware, based on the rulings of the Chancery Court and their statutes, I think you'll find the key to this bill is predictability.
And I agree with you, at least in the comparison that we've done, and I can't thank my staff enough for doing this research. In the research that we've done, there are certainly practices with the Delaware court that we are now codifying in ours. But still, in Delaware, there are practices that still are subject to change by the judiciary themselves rather than being statutorily codified. So can you talk a little bit about why you felt it necessary that the legislature should codify, whereas in Delaware, the judiciary maintains the flexibility to move away from that practice on a case-by-case basis?
Senator, that's important, and I should have mentioned that when I was laying out the bill. The heart of this bill is the codifying of the business judgment rule. And that is also currently common law in Texas. And it recognizes that we want corporations to be good citizens. We want them to make wise decisions. We also know that they have to take a certain amount of business risk. And again, we're not talking about hurting someone or actions outside the company, but with regard to the shareholders, we want those corporate folks in leadership to be able to take some risks and to expand and to grow their business. And so the business judgment rule, and you correct me if I get this wrong, but that business judgment rule, which is the law in Texas today, says that if they're acting within that realm of reasonableness and they make an investment and it turns out not to go well, we're not going to armchair quarterback and hold them accountable after the fact if they made a decision that made sense using business judgment with the facts they had. And so to answer your question, that's the law in Texas today, but it's common law. We want to put that in statute because we believe that's a good rule, and we believe companies should operate that way. They shouldn't be reckless. They shouldn't be uncaring with company funds, but we want them to take some risks because that's how businesses grow, and that's how the economy grows, and that's how people have jobs and higher wages and a higher standard of living. So yes, if the Senate passes this bill, if this goes to the governor and is signed, that'll be Texas saying, we believe this common law concept, the business judgment rule, is so important, we need to put it in statute because we want businesses to know you can come here and not risk us, a judge, changing the rules on you. I think that's what we're talking about here.
I agree with you that business craves most of all from its government a predictable and level playing field with regard to the laws. So we agree on that.
Yes, ma'am.
My concern is that this actually creates less predictability and less flexibility over time because we only meet every other year. Whereas the business court is hearing cases all year long, every year. And if we left it in case law, it would make it possible for our courts to respond to changes in the business community in the event we do see significant abuses. And so I remain concerned about your bill, but I deeply appreciate you answering my questions.
Well, Senator, thank you. And I know it's a big policy decision for us to make, what should be in statute and what should be left for the courts. And I thank you for your thoughtful questions. We sure want to get this right.
The motion is on suspension of the regular order of business. Any objection? Hearing none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 29. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 29, relating to business entities.
You are recognized on passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. The bill passes to engrossment. You're now recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's my motion.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule has been suspended. The motion adopted. Now the chair lays out committee substitute for Senate Bill 29, third reading and final passage. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 29, relating to business entities.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you, members, for the discussion on this bill. Let's put out the word that if you want to grow your business, you want to provide jobs, you want to be a good corporate citizen, you want to grow the economy and increase the standard of living, you're welcome in Texas. I move final passage.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, for this very important bill to keep the miracle of Texas growing. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckert.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, the bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 857.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 857. Members, Senate Bill 857 gives law enforcement the discretionary authority to tow a vehicle when the driver is unlicensed, has a suspended, canceled, or revoked license, or is unable to show proof of insurance. With the growing number of drivers on Texas roadways, the safety risk posed by unlicensed drivers or uninsured drivers is on the rise as well. Officers under this bill will retain discretion in determining if and when to tow a vehicle in these cases, with the goal of enhancing road safety and ensuring compliance with licensing laws. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo, purpose?
Will the senator yield for a couple of questions?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner, and I support your bill. I think it's a good bill. And I had an amendment to deal with a special issue that we encountered down in the Rio Grande Valley last week, when we had an abundance of rain, but in many places we had 3 feet, 4 feet of rain. We had over 1,000 vehicles stranded. We had homes that were flooded. But the issue with towing came up only because many of the private towing companies were towing cars that were abandoned out in the roads without any permission from the car owners, even before the insurance companies could respond with their own towing contracts and their own towing companies. But the real issue was that some of these towing companies that were towing these cars unauthorized were charging 3 times the standard amount that is charged when you tow a vehicle under normal circumstances. And my amendment will do this. It would allow the county judge to have the authority when there's a disaster or emergency situations to be able to set a uniform price across the disaster area in the county. And there's a big issue because the towing company were gouging some of the people that could not drive through a road because it was flooded. And I decided to withdraw the amendment, not offer it, but I just want to make sure that we try to address that problem, especially in your committee. As you all know, towing companies have been an issue for many, many years, and we try to set up some perimeters for them so that they don't abuse their authority. They don't abuse customers and clients. They don't abuse towing cars and gouging people when there are disasters, taking advantage of situations that are very unfortunate for people.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry that happened in your district. When hurricanes happen, you see these gas stations price gouging, and being predatory in their pricing. I think there is potential enforcement actions under the Attorney General. I'm not for sure about that, but certainly it's an issue that should be addressed. That should not be happening to citizens of Texas.
And we'll follow through, Senator Schwartz, to see if there's anything that can be done to the Attorney General's office on this situation, because we have received hundreds of complaints about the overcharges on tolling. But thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the motion is on the suspension of the regular order of business. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 857. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 857, relating the authorized removal of certain motor vehicles.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 857.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Ephardt.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 857. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 857, relating the authorized removal of certain motor vehicles.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the hopes that this bill improves the safety of those on our roadways, I move final passage of Senate Bill 857.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Members, we have some news in from the 15th Court of Appeals on a bill that I was heavily involved in as a senator and as lieutenant governor, but they have dismissed all lawsuits against A through F. A through F is now the law of Texas after the 15th Court. Senator Zaffarini, you recognize suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for 1536.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1536, which relates to training on dementia and Alzheimer's disease for certain guardians. Members, this is a companion bill to House Bill 3376 by Representative Cabriglione. Members, family member guardians often care for persons with Alzheimer's disease and dementia, but lack the necessary training to manage these conditions. By incorporating Alzheimer's and dementia education into the required training for family member guardians, the community substitute for Senate Bill 1536 would ensure that they are better prepared to care for loved ones with cognitive decline. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. You can do that a little softer. Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out committee substitute for 1536. You're hammering that like Brian Hughes. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1536, relating to training on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders for certain guardians.
You recognize on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Here you go. The bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1536. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1536, relating to training on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders for certain guardians.
You recognize on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, and who are those handsome assistants?
2 of my 8 grandchildren.
They're very handsome, very capable.
Weston and Shepard. They were here 4 years ago. It seems like yesterday.
Future lieutenant governors.
Future something. I'm not sure what that is there. Senator Hancock, you recognize suspend the regular order of business. Senate Bill 922.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And members, Senate Bill 922 actually is something we passed off this floor unanimously last year. The bill moves it seeks to address the way that physicians communicate with their patients when test results with sensitive information. This is not all information. We're just talking sensitive information regarding a patient's health becomes available. In 2016, the federal law passed that requires patients to have electronic access to their health information. However, this has resulted in test results that are serious and even tragic to be posted on a patient's portal before a patient's doctor has the chance to share those results and explain the complexities to them. Patients are learning about their own life-changing diagnosis literally through their phones. The electronic records are misinterpreted, their test results, rather than hearing directly from the physician. So Senate Bill 922 addresses this issue by providing that the sensitive test results only, the results will not be disclosed to a patient by a certain electronic means until at least 3 days after the sensitive test results are finalized. This bill would not prevent a physician from sharing the test results immediately. With that, I move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
You can do it a little louder now. Somewhere in between there. 25-6, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 922. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 922, relating to the disclosure of certain medical information by electronic means.
You're recognized. Pass to engrossment.
I move pass to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. You have exactly what you need to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Well, exactly what we need to. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading final passage. SB 922. Secretary, read the caption.
SB 922, relating to the disclosure of certain medical information by electronic means.
You're recognized on final.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will state on this from personal experience, there are some sensitive information that sometimes when you get it on your phone, when you Google, you may not like what you Google, but having a health professional there to answer your questions can be better, specifically when it comes to sensitive information. And with that, I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized. Suspend the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1098.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1098. Over the past decade, the cost of prescription drugs has significantly increased, placing a financial burden on Texas patients. One major contributing factor is overpayment at the point of sale, where patients often pay more in copays than an actual cost of their medication. So this bill addresses this issue simply by requiring pharmacists to disclose the lowest cash price available for medicine prescribed to patients. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none? Perfect. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading, Senate Bill 1098. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1098, relating to the disclosure by a pharmacy to a patient of certain price information for a drug or biological product.
You recognize pass to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 1098 to engrossment.
Secretary, any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 to nothing. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1098. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1098, relating to the disclosure by a pharmacy to a patient of certain price information for a drug or biological product.
You had the vote, you almost didn't get the gavel. You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1098.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1453.
Thank you, Mr. President. Current law allows a taxing unit to levy an INS tax rate in addition to an M&O tax rate. However, we don't have the same restrictions on tax increases as we do on M&O rates for INS rates. The governing body can elect to retire debt earlier than required, but this decision would require the taxing unit's INS rate to be set higher than otherwise. Senate Bill 1453 amends the definition of current debt, and it does permit a taxing entity to adopt an INS rate higher than a minimum tax rate, as long as we go through the same steps we do for maintenance and operations, state what the minimum INS tax rate would be, state the proposed rate, state the difference, state the between the minimum and proposed rates, and then have the same motion approved by, as we do for M&O tax increases, by 60% of the members of the governing body. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 1453.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1453. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1453, relating to the current debt rate and tax rate of a taxing unit for ad valorem tax purposes.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 1453 to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. You recognize constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. It's interesting. Some of these bills, 25 to 6, 25 to 6, 25 to 6. Just what's needed to suspend the rules to pass the bill right now. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1453, and Uncle Paul's expecting a good pop on this one.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended.
Exceptional gavel work by the grandkids.
Bill is finally passed. Thank you.
I'm glad, Mr. President. I could use a double pop now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House is...
Thank you very much. Haven't seen you for a while. Hope to see you a lot more. Senator Adam Hinojosa, how are you today? Senate Bill 2188, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 2188. Members, this bill addresses the jurisdiction over spaceflight activities, specifically in Cameron County. SpaceX's Starbase facility, located in my district, employs over 3,500 people and serves as the hub for developing Starship, the world's most powerful and fully reusable rocket. Starship is critical to both NASA's Artemis program and Department of Defense missions, positioning Texas at the forefront of aerospace innovation. The Federal Aviation Administration has already authorized 500 hours of beach closure per year and has authorized SpaceX to launch Starships 5 times a year. This bill, Senate Bill 2188, does not increase any of these numbers. In 2013, the state legislature authorized Cameron County to oversee the temporary closure of Boca Chica Beach for spaceflight activities. Senate Bill 2188 allows the municipality to approve weekday closures between Monday at 8 a.m. and Friday at noon, non-peak times, while Cameron County retains authority over Friday afternoons and weekends during their peak times. The bill does not in any way increase the number of closures, it simply modernizes who manages them. To ensure transparency, this bill also requires a 48-hour public notice before any closure, which is currently not in statute. With over $3.5 billion already invested in Cameron County and billions more in economic impact, this legislation supports continued growth while maintaining local oversight. It offers a straightforward administrative fix that provides regulatory clarity while maintaining long-standing safeguards. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Yeah, it appears you have been buying clothes from the Todd Hunter sports collection here, the Man in Black.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I have this nice UTRGV tie that goes perfectly with it today.
And the other Senator Hinojosa, do you recognize one Senator Hinojosa to another Senator Hinojosa?
That's right. Oh, yes, I do. I yield.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And by the way, Senator Adam Hinojosa, just have a couple of questions because this has become somewhat of an issue down in Cameron County, which is not in my Senate district, but probably over 40% of the people that visit San Pedro Island are from Hidalgo County, part of my district. Here's some of the concerns that have been expressed. As I understand that the county judge, Trevino, opposes this bill. I have a letter that he sent opposing this bill because he says the county, Cameron County, has always worked very well with SpaceX in closing the beach when needed. So has there been a problem in terms as it relates to communication or the county not cooperating with SpaceX?
Thank you for your question, Senator. First off, I have a great rapport with the county judge as well, and it wasn't until the morning of my bill layout that a card against the bill was issued from Cameron County. Now, it's also important to note that there were no personal testimonies there. The judge has my cell phone number. The county commissioners have my cell phone number. We were never called or talked to regarding that. Now, it's important to say that because they have come up to Austin and have passionately advocated for their legislative priorities, which include expansion and widening of the State Highway 4, which leads straight to SpaceX. So, I understand probably the local political posturing around not supporting this bill, but, and I can't speak for the judge. I would just say if I were in his shoes, it'd be kind of a relief on those non-peak times. The same people opposing this bill currently are the same ones who have opposed closures for any launches whatsoever, and they tend to be a little bit loud on that, but just to clarify.
Let me put out some of the concerns that have been expressed. You are taking away the authority from the county, giving that authority to a municipality, that the municipality on their own can shut down the beach, at least through Monday through Friday, I think, is what you have, till 12. And that is really, has this municipality been created already?
So that municipality that you're referencing is the city of Starbase that actually goes up for a vote on May, I want to say 4th. It goes up for a vote. But all we're doing here is streamlining the process, and it's during the non-peak times. Let me reiterate that the FAA has the sole authority to increase total hours of closures. What we're doing here is not only creating transparency and allowing for imposing a 48-hour window, we're allowing the municipality, the local entity that would be established if this vote were to pass, to streamline that process and make it more efficient during those non-peak times. That's all we're doing. We're not allowing additional time for closures at all.
So this municipality has not been created yet?
That's correct. City of Starbase has not been created yet.
And who would live in that municipality?
The residents supposed surrounding the current area that's in. I don't have a population number or who specifically, but there's people who live in that area. And by the way, so when that is established, if that is decided to be established, it would act as a city of all, just as other municipalities, where it would have a body elected by the people, and that governing body would then have to vote on allowing these closures. So it's not simply we're giving authority to SpaceX. We're suggesting that we streamline the process and we add some additional provisions, such as the 48-hour notice, to give that.
I understand that.
Sure.
But see, the municipality itself has not been created, number one. Number two, I understand that the area where the city limits will be created, if you will, the municipality, are all employees of SpaceX coming from other parts of the state and the country. SpaceX has tremendous support there in the Rio Grande Valley. The creation of jobs and just the excitement I see in the launching of rockets and the role it plays. I don't think that's an issue. The issue here is all of a sudden we're creating a municipality that will be controlled by Musk and SpaceX and take away the authority of the county commissioners who in the past and throughout history have worked very closely with SpaceX to close the beach when needed. Not the decision being made by those officials who have been elected countywide and been there for ages. And we also passed a constitutional amendment a while back that our beaches will be open. I don't have any issues when they have to close the beach. I just don't want to take the authority away from the county and give it to a municipality that has yet to be created. And number two, is not the people who will make up this municipality are all employees that have been hired by SpaceX, they're not even from the valley, the vast majority of them. So that's a real issue. I think you need to reach out and have more discussions with the County Commissioner's Court and Judge Trevino to try to work out some of these issues, maybe come up with a compromise. I don't think there's any doubt that the County Commissioners and Judge Trevino would not hesitate in a second to try to work with SpaceX, as they have in the past, to close the beach when necessary. I mean, that's my comments on that.
I appreciate your concern, Senator. I'll just, again, reiterate to the members, a $3.5 billion investment in the area. And I know if you talk to Judge Trevino and all the rest of the commissioners' courts, they would acknowledge the significant economic impact that SpaceX has had on top of Department of Defense contracts, that are very vital for the security of our nation. So it's not just a standard commercial outlet that is requesting this. This has already been approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. We are not increasing the amount of closures. All we're doing is allowing a more localized governance of this to streamline the process and make it more efficient. And I heard it from a number of members in various debates throughout. Government closest to the people are best for the people, right? That's what I've heard that argument from many of the members in here prior in other debates.
Well, sometimes we don't practice that here. But the reality is that it's a county that's really elected. I'm just one more point, and that is that nobody denies the positive economic impact that SpaceX has had. What people question is the problem, taking away the authority from the county. They work very well with the SpaceX, giving it to a yet-to-be incorporated municipality where the workers are not local workers. They are completely controlled by SpaceX. And that's my point. SpaceX is wonderful, great economic impact, but from my constituents and some of your constituents, I don't think that they are in favor of taking away that authority as they will cooperate and bend over backwards to help out SpaceX. But thank you for answering my question.
I appreciate your concern, Senator. Thank you for your questions.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Yield.
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Hinojosa. First, who owns the beaches in Texas?
Texas.
All of the beaches in Texas?
I'm not versed of which ones are publicly or privately owned.
All of them. All of them are owned by the state of Texas, from the mean tide line to the water. Are they publicly accessible?
Yes. A lot of them are, yes.
A lot of them?
All of them are.
All of them are. Are counties arms of the state?
The state creates local government in counties, has created those, yes.
Are cities arms of the state?
With that same answer, I would say so.
Actually, they're not. The distinction between counties and cities, home rule cities versus counties. Counties are entirely arms of the state, whereas cities can do anything that isn't specifically prohibited by the state. You mentioned that you posed this bill because you want to streamline and make more efficient the decision with regard to closing the beach. Why is having two different governmental entities and split days more efficient and more streamlined?
Well, in terms of the weekly activity, the one disadvantage SpaceX has that others like NASA do not have, the disadvantage that SpaceX has is that it's not on bases. They don't have the authority to just close area for their launches. And as we know, they are the leaders in that space technology. And in order for them to continue that growth, they have to be able to do these launches. And as you know, weather impacts that. There's a lot of external factors that impact those launches. So those oftentimes have to be rescheduled. And so during those times during the week, now we want to reserve the weekend peak times for the authority of the county to establish. And if you recognize in my bill, there are also additional carve-outs that during holiday times where there cannot be any closures, and that's a defining also measure within this bill that isn't currently defined. It allows that streamlined process for the city to effectively reschedule as needed during the week, again, non-peak times. So it's just a measure that allows them to be more efficient. It would most likely also encourage those non-peak time launches and closures. And so, that's the reason for having this jurisdiction change.
Why can't SpaceX discuss this with their 4 commissioners and the county judge and get a streamlined process going with the commissioner's court and the county judge?
There's currently not a full framework for that. That's, as I noted in my bill, we are imposing a 48-hour notice that isn't currently in place. Again, the rescheduling of those, the process to do that at the county level is a little bit longer process, and that's what we're trying to do is streamline those processes to make it more efficient, specifically during non-peak times, so that SpaceX can do the business, the very important business that they need to do for the safety Department of Defense, for being the pioneers and leaders in the space, if you will. And so they really need that flexibility and that streamlined opportunity.
Doesn't the county have emergency service responsibilities countywide 24/7, 365 days of the year?
There are provisions, especially the GLO on the state level, if we have emergent situations such as hurricanes and those types of activities where they can override any, I think it's common sense. I don't think you would have space flights occurring during those times, but actually here at the state level through the land office, they have ultimate jurisdiction on that as well.
So as our other Senator Hinojosa ably pointed out, and you responded saying that government closest to the people, best government is the government closest to the people. I completely agree. Then why is it that we are singling out this particular city, this particular company town, for more control, while all other municipalities across the state, we are curtailing their authority?
What we're doing with this bill, Senator, is trying to cut the red tape, if you will, for a very important asset in Texas, in my district, in Cameron County, Boca Chica Beach, SpaceX, that is a very vital asset for Department of Defense missions, for our space missions, for technology, for all sorts of reasons, for economic impact that we have. And it is vitally important for our nation. That wasn't because I said so. That's already been established way before I got here. As I said, the FAA has already allowed closures for this. All we're doing is trying to streamline the process to make it more efficient.
So really, this isn't a municipality so much as it is a corporation that needs their processes streamlined.
Well, like I said, this would be streamlining the process to the municipality to be voted on in May. And that municipality would be made up, as all municipalities are, of a mayor, council members, so on and so forth. And they would have their voting, they would be voted in. And just to point out what Senator Hinojosa was saying, even if it's people working in the area, the point is they are now Texans. They are living in Texas, spending money in Texas, buying homes in Texas. And so it's just like any other Texan who has that opportunity in all the great cities around Texas that we live in. We have the ability to elect our local officials, our elected officials, and if we do not like the way they're voting, we run campaigns and get somebody else to run against them. That's the process, and that's the beauty about this. So it's not to a corporation, it's to a municipality.
And if you don't like the way the Commissioner's Court is voting or the community of Brownsville and their municipality, then you could just start your own city, right?
Well, I don't know the process by doing that. That is up to each and every area to decide that, but.
Well, Elon Musk is starting his own city, and I hope that we have a level playing field for his city.
Thank you for your question, Senator.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. I was going over your bill section by section, and some of the questions that I had been asked, but as I read through the bill, I noticed that you put in the section 3, where it says if you receive a 2/3 vote in each chamber, this bill would be immediately go into effect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you concerned, I'm sure you're concerned because you represent this community, the impact that this could have if there's any sort of negative effects on the beach or the fishing or the water, of any kind of pollution of any kind? I'm sure that's something that you've considered. Is that something you've taken into account?
Well, Senator, again, this has already been done. This has already been vetted. This is not a decision that the state makes. This is the Federal Aviation Administration has already qualified that and has allowed for the maximum number of hours that the beach can be closed and has specified the number of launches that can be had. This does not impact those numbers in any way. We're not talking to whatever previous EPA, TCEQ issues were vetted prior to this. It has nothing to do with any of that, just streamlining the process to, have these closures.
The process by which you close the beach, the evacuation notice, that sort of thing. Who calls for the evacuation? Is that correct? And how much time, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
So were you there when you laid out your bill? Did you stay for the entirety? The hearing when your bill was before the committee? The committee?
Yes, sir.
So it went before Natural Resources, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so in committee, what we have here in the bill analysis is the people who spoke or dropped a card in support. It doesn't tell us if they actually testified. It just says the people who supported this bill, it says here, Ben Lancaster, Senior Manager, Texas Government Affairs, SpaceX, and then John Kroc, KULR Inc., Austin. KULR, what do they do?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that organization.
I did a little bit of research. KULR makes a battery that they're about to send into space on a SpaceX launch. And those were the only two that testified in support of your bill. Then I looked down at groups that were in opposition, and in addition to the Sierra Club, who did provide testimony in writing, it has Amanda Saldana, Cameron County Judge and Commissioner's Court out of Brownsville. Are you familiar with that person?
With the Commissioner's Court and the judge, sure, yes, I am.
And so they have listed themselves in opposition. All right, I'm just concerned that we're streamlining a bill that seems to be only going to make the rules and regulations easier for one company, and that would be SpaceX, and so that's a concern. But thank you for answering my questions.
I appreciate your concern. I'll just point out again, this is not yielding to a corporation, it's to a municipality with elected officials. So I'll leave that with the members.
Senator Alvarado, for a purpose.
To ask a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Senator Hinojosa, you and I had a conversation, and I came to you to explain why I voted no in committee, and usually my practice has always been to defer to that member. However, I have a lot of family in Brownsville who they have been texting me, and that's the only reason I'm saying anything about this, is I want to be clear. So Starbase, what's the population there? What do you anticipate it will be?
About 4,500, 45. I'm not.
Is that what it is right now?
I would have to get back with you, Senator, on that actual number. Do you have that number? 4,500? So, about 4,500.
Okay, because I heard a much smaller number, that it was in the hundreds. And I'm just trying to understand that, okay, let's say it is 4,000 people, then they can override Cameron County. Cameron County is about what, 400, I think I looked at it, 426,000. So that small city would be able to override a decision made by the county of 426,000 people on beach closure. Is that correct?
Again, Senator, the FAA has already authorized a certain amount of hours that the beach can be closed. Currently, the County Commissioner's Court works with SpaceX to, on the process by which they're requesting closures. All we're doing is trying to streamline that process. So again, it's already been decided, not from this body, it's from the federal government that has allowed for the number of total hours and the number of total launches that are allowed. All this is doing is streamline the process. And remember, it also is creating a framework so that we have better transparency. We're requiring a 48-hour notice to be able to close these beaches.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa of Nueces moves suspension of the regular order of business on SB 2188. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks.
Oh, man.
Even the veterans aren't paying attention.
We've moved into sophomore hazing now. Watch out, sophomores. Yo. There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the rules are suspended. Were y'all in on that? Y'all knew?
Yes. They wanted to see someone with a rubber gavel today, and you won.
I won the prize.
Here you go, we'll put this away again.
It's very realistic. That thing is very realistic. Chair lays out on second reading, SB 2188. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2188 relating to space flight activities.
There is an amendment, members. The secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hinojosa of Nueces.
The chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Nueces on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment allows a municipality by ordinance to delegate authority to the mayor, mirroring the existing process used by Cameron County Commissioners Court and the county judge who has that same authority currently. The underlying purpose of SB 2188 is efficiency. All the remaining protections for the public still apply, including the federal limit on closure hours of 500 hours per year. I move adoption of the amendment.
Is there any objection? There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hinojosa is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Where am I? Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment on Senate Bill 2188. The clerk will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the bill passes to engrossment. And we'll hold there.
You have 3? Adam, do you have 3? 3 friends? Adam, you have 1 helper with Roland. You need 2 more. You have to work your bill, not talk to these 2 guys. He's already with you, Adam. Yeah, choose already with you. You need 2 who aren't.
I think should we hand it up?
You need 2 more. They're all in. There are no Democrats left on the floor. No Democrats left on the floor. So tomorrow, or Monday rather. Senator Hinojosa, once again, you're recognized to spend the regular order of business committee substitute for Senate Bill 2230. Members, my goal was to have a short day for you all today. It all depends on how long everyone talks. It's 1:25, including the bill sponsors. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 2230. This bill strengthens safety and efficiency for space launches in Texas, where where 3,500 of my constituents work at Starbase, SpaceX's hub in Cameron County. Starbase is home to Starship, the world's most powerful rocket, contracted by NASA for Artemis lunar missions by the Department of Defense for national security priorities. Texas leads in commercial space flight, but occasionally there are issues with onlookers seeking a front row seat on launch days who refuse to leave safety zones established by the FAA. This bill clarifies the authority of local law enforcement to enforce the federal safety requirements governing these zones, causing public safety concerns and delaying operations that are critical to our state's economy and nation's security. Current law allows the county to close the beach, but does not explicitly give law enforcement the authority to enforce FAA-mandated safety evacuations. SB 2230 ensures compliance with federal safety requirements by creating a Class B misdemeanor for staying in a closed zone and a Class A if a person is a repeat violator, deterring interference and granting local officials the necessary enforcement power to keep people safe. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
24 ayes, 7 nays. Rule is suspended. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Eckhart, I did not see your light. Lay out this bill in second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2230. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2230 relating the evacuation of unauthorized persons from a hazard area in connection with space flight activities.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose? I didn't see your light, sorry.
Fine. Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Hinojosa, what are the advantages of this private corporation being able to utilize the public beach for these launches?
What are the advantages of, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Senator?
What are the advantages of this private corporation being able to use the public beach for their launches?
Well, as was stated, SpaceX has Department of Defense contracts, and it is very important for the safety and security of our nation, as well as a huge economic driver.
But SpaceX is not a federal agency. The federal government does not own SpaceX, nor do they own this portion of the affected beach, correct?
That's correct.
So unlike, say, Cape Canaveral, this is not a federal facility, correct?
That's correct. That's exactly the whole reason why we need to pass these good bills to help facilitate that process.
So basically, you're turning Boca Chica into a federal facility, although the federal government doesn't own it.
This bill simply clarifies the ability of local law enforcement to enforce the FAA provisions, rulings regarding closures. So that's all we're doing is clarifying the local law enforcement's ability to enforce what FAA already has established.
So Starbase police officers paid for by the sales and property tax of employees of Starflight would enforce removing the public from the public beach.
Currently, the FAA already has provisions that prohibit activity and people in certain zones during these launches. This is not adding new law. All we're doing is clarifying the ability of local law enforcement to enforce those laws.
I think it would be more advantageous if this is going to be a federal facility, and then we should just call it a federal facility, because under the Open Beaches Act of 1959, which was sponsored in this chamber by Babe Schwartz and in the House by my father, those beaches are owned by the state of Texas and open to the public. If they're going to be utilized as a fundamental asset of a private corporation, we should be open and honest about it. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
You recognize passage to engrossment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
24 ayes, 7 nays. Bill passed to engrossment. Can you find one this time?
Roland, are you still? I got one.
He has one. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll, and my guess is you'll have 25. Thank you, Senator Gutierrez.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair now lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2230. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2230 relating to the evacuation of unauthorized persons from a hazard area in connection with space flight activities.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2230.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on Senate Bill 879. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 879. Members, Senate Bill 879 clarifies that persons who drill or operate shallow, closed-loop geothermal injection wells that are obtained through a permit by rule are not required to file a Form P5 organization report with the Railroad Commission, nor they are required to file a drilling permit fee. SB 786, passed in the 88th regular session, consolidated jurisdiction of closed-loop geothermal injection wells under the authority of the Railroad Commission. This consolidation provided regulatory certainty, whereas operators previously could have difficulty determining which agency, either the Railroad Commission or TCEQ, which one regulated particular types of closed-loop geothermal wells. However, the Railroad Commission did identify an issue with the implementation of SB 786, where the Railroad Commission-related statute will require operators or drillers of a particular set of geothermal wells, the permit by rule wells, to be subjected to regulations and financial assurances that are intended for larger production wells. The shallow closed-loop geothermal injection wells that receive permits by rule are more akin to water wells than wells which produce hydrocarbons. Therefore, the requirements imposed on larger production wells are not consistent with the requirements for the permit by rule when they are regulated by TCEQ, nor consistent with the legislative intent of the bill from last session. Thus, the bill will exempt operators of shallow closed-loop geothermal injection wells from the requirements designed for larger production wells. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. The suspension, the rules are, the motion is passed. The chair now lays out in second reading Senate Bill 876. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 879 relating to an exemption for drillers or operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells from certain requirements.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized by the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Senate Bill 879. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 879 relating to an exemption for drillers or operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells from certain requirements.
You're welcome. You're recognized on final.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
A short bill today for a change. Senator Middleton, you're recognized. This is a third bill reading. Senate Bill 406, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 406.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair now lays out in third reading and final passage Senate Bill 406. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 406 relating the required inclusion of person's sex on birth certificate and prohibited change of sex on the birth certificate.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage on Senate Bill 406.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. We have another third reading bill, members. Senator Hughes, you're recognized on suspend the regular order of business committee substitute for Senate Bill 689.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time committee substitute Senate Bill 689, bill we passed yesterday.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 689. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 689 relating to employment practices regarding diversity and prohibiting the implementation of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. In hiring practices, in employment practices, let's treat each other the same and not divide ourselves based on race or based on sex. Our founders set this vision, and it's been called to us over the years that we would someday live out the true meaning of our creed, that all men are created equal. That's where we're headed. That's where we want to get. We've got a ways to go, but that's where we want to get. That circle of liberty, which originally, when those words were written, applied only to a very few people. But over time, more and more people brought in. Let's keep going in that direction. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. And with that, I move passage of Senate Bill 689.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
The bill is finally passed, 20 to 11. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Following motion in writing. Secretary, read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 861 relating to the distribution of funds designated for the Low-Income Vehicle Repair Assistance Program to be withdrawn from the Committee on Natural Resources and re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Motion by Senator Johnson. Senator Birdwell, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Huffman, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Following motion in writing. Secretary, read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1013 relating to the definition of a crosswalk to be withdrawn from the Committee on Criminal Justice and be referred to the Committee on Transportation. Motion by Senator Eckhart. Senator Flores, Chair of Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Nichols, Chair of Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Following motion in writing, Secretary, read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. Senate Bill 3034 by Betancourt relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 249 in Montgomery and Grimes counties as the Doug Pitcock Aggie Expressway.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion adopted. Following motion in writing, Secretary, read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.13 so that committees may meet during the reading and referral of bills. Motion by Zaffarini.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Members, we are back on Senate Bill 2188. He found his votes. You're recognized. Spend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 25 ayes, 6 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 2188. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2188 relating to space flight activities.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 2188.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
21 ayes and 10 nays. Bills finally passed. You had a good day for any member, but particularly a freshman. What was that, 3 bills today passed? 2. It's good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, appreciate it.
President's desk is clear, members. Any announcements? Senator Swertner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Business Commerce will reconvene at 2 p.m. in E1.012.
Any other announcements? Senator Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110 and 1118 so that the Senate Committee on Veteran Affairs can meet today at my desk upon adjournment. We just have 2 matters of pending business before I have to get over to Health and Human Services.
Senator Colcourse.
Oh, wait, is there objection?
Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hancock, yeah, I saw that. I heard that. Okay, so, Mr. President, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services can meet this afternoon, Thursday, April 3rd, 2025, in 2E.9 at the back rail. That is the Senate chamber right here at the back rail upon adjournment and slightly after Senator Hancock's meeting to consider pending business. Mr. President, members, there is no questions. I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Committee on Local Government will meet in the Betty King Room for our previously posted hearing today, April the 3rd. We'll pick 1:55 so the other 2 committees can vote, and then I'll need all the committee members at Betty King at 1:55 to vote. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.1, 11.18 to allow the Senate Committee on Jurisprudence to meet today, March 20th, in 2E20, the Betty King Room, immediately upon adjournment to consider pending business. And that's my first motion.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will reconvene at 2:30 p.m. today, April 3rd in E1028 to continue our agenda.
Any objection? Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on State Affairs will meet at 2:15 in the Senate chamber to resume the meeting that was posted for today and began this morning. So Senate Committee on State Affairs reconvene 2:15 today in the Senate chamber.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Committee on Border Security will reconvene at 2 p.m. in E1016 at 2 o'clock to continue our posted agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 2 p.m. Monday, April 7th, pending the reading and referral of bills.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday, April 7th, pending the reading and referral of bills. Thank you, members.
House Bill 9, Local Government. House Bill 13, Finance. House Bill 22, Local Government. House Bill 135, Finance. House Bill 143, Natural Resources. House Bill 195, Local Government. House Bill 908, Criminal Justice. House Bill 1392, Local Government. HJR 1, Local Government. HJR 4, Finance. Senate Bill 2408 by Parker et al. Relating to the Trinity River Authority of Texas to local government. SB 2409 by Blanco et al. Relating to the Angelina and Neches River Authority to local government. SB 2461 by Menendez relating to a study regarding state assistance for the Uniform Group Coverage Program for active school employees to finance. Senate Bill 2462 by Menendez relating to an interim study by the State Office of Risk Management regarding property and casualty insurance costs incurred by public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2463 by Menendez relating to a lighting reduction policy for non-essential outdoor lighting owned or operated by a political subdivision to local government. Senate Bill 2464 by Menendez relating to the establishment of a school safety and mental health grant program to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2465 by Menendez relating to a study by the Texas Education Agency and Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding standardizing transcripts for public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2466 by Menendez relating to a publication by the Parks and Wildlife Department on the dangers of reflective windows for birds to natural resources. Senate Bill 2467 by Menendez relating to a study by the Texas School Safety Center on public school emergency response maps to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2468 by Menendez relating to the conduct by electronic means of certain uncontested hearings to jurisprudence. Senate Bill 2469 by Menendez relating to the regulation of certain daycare centers to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2470 by Menendez relating to the requirement for the labeling and dispensing of a prescription drug or biological product to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2471 by Menendez relating to a set aside of low-income housing tax credits for at-risk housing level developments to local government. Senate Bill 2473 by Menendez relating to the use of an automated employment decision tool by a state agency to assess a job applicant's fitness for a position to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2474 by Menendez relating to a credit against the ad valorem taxes imposed on real property used for a grocery store healthy corner store to local government. Senate Bill 2475 by Menendez relating to the disclosure and consideration of criminal conduct for purposes of certification as a peer specialist to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2476 by Nichols relating to transfer of the ownership rights of the Woodlawn Water Supply Corporation to the Angelina and Natchez River Authority to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. Senate Bill 2477 by Bettencourt relating to certain municipal and county regulation of conversion of certain office buildings to mixed use and multifamily residential occupancy to local government. Senate Bill 2478 by Bettencourt relating to the vote required by the governing body of a political subdivision to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue tax rate to local government. Senate Bill 2479 by Campbell relating to the issuance of a single license for a hospital and a mobile stroke unit of the hospital to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2480 by Campbell relating to the administration of the Texas Physician Health Program to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2481 by Alvarado relating to extensions of a deadline to comply with a municipal order for a substandard building in certain municipalities to local government. Senate Bill 2482 by Alvarado relating to Sheriff's Department civil service systems in certain counties to local government. Senate Bill 2483 by Alvarado et al. Relating to coverage for maternal depression screenings under Medicaid to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2484 by Alvarado relating to availability of claims contact information for personal and commercial property and casualty insurers to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2485 by Bettencourt relating to the entities covered by the open meetings law and the live broadcast and archive recordings of an open meeting of a governmental body to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2486 by Schwartner relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive and pledge for the payment of obligations certain additional tax revenue derived from hotel and convention center project to economic development. Senate Bill 2487 by Parker relating to procedures for and certain facilities providing crisis and mental health services to state affairs. Senate Bill 2488 by Parker et al. Relating to the implementation of a statewide homeless data sharing network to local government. Senate Bill 2489 by Parker relating to property owner claims for compensation from certain municipalities that failed to enforce certain laws to local government. Senate Bill 2490 by Parker relating to biometric identifiers used in the performance of artificial intelligence to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2491 by Parker relating to employer contributions for retirees of the teacher retirement system of Texas who resume certain employment with the public school to finance. Senate Bill 2492 by King relating to prohibiting certain discrimination in the provision of financial services to state affairs. Senate Bill 2493 by Bettencourt relating to the text of ballot propositions for bond elections to local government. Senate Bill 2494 by Creighton relating to the acceptance of a voter to the state affairs. Senate Bill 2495 by Creighton relating to the manufacture of voting machines by certain foreign persons to state affairs. Senate Bill 2496 by Zaffarini relating to a study by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the Department of State Health Services regarding the human health risks associated with exposure to hydrogen sulfide to natural resources. Senate Bill 2497 by Zaffarini relating to the installation of a filtration system by certain public drinking water supply systems to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2498 by Zaffarini relating to the participation of certain counties in joint planning and groundwater management areas to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2499 by Zaffarini relating to the consideration of compliance with rules of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and approving rates for water or sewer utility services to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2500 to Zaffarini relating to a requirement to report to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation an abandoned or deteriorated water well identified during an inspection of an on-site sewage disposal system to water, agricultural, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2501 by Zaffarini relating to selection of an attorney by an indigent parent for appointment as attorney ad litem to jurisprudence. Senate Bill 2502 by Zaffarini relating to the exemption of certain reserve peace officers from regulation as private security personnel to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2503 by West relating to requiring certain disclosures as part of certain applications for employment or an internship at a state agency or the legislature to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2504 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the election of junior college district trustees by plurality vote to state affairs. Senate Bill 2505 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to liability protections for commercial space flight and exploration to state affairs. Senate Bill 2506 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the establishment of a grant program by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to plug abandoned or deteriorating water wells to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2507 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to requiring that public schools spend a certain percentage of funding for direct instructional activities to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2508 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to an exemption for certain property owners from regulatory requirements for residential mortgage loan originators to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2509 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to vicarious liability for certain medical care to state affairs. Senate Bill 2510 by Colcourse and Eckhart relating to establishment of the temporary prescribed burn manager self-insurance pool to natural resources. Senate Bill 2511 by Hughes relating to broadcast coverage agreements for postseason activity of students representing a university interscholastic league member school to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2512 by Schwartner relating to creating the Texas Interoperability Council and a grant program administered by the Council of Finance. Senate Bill 2513 by West and Flores relating to notice requirements on state highway projects to transportation. Senate Bill 2514 by Hughes relating to establishing the Hostile Foreign Organizations Unit at the Department of Public Safety to state affairs. Senate Bill 2515 by Hughes relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 64 in Smith County as the Fire Marshal Jimmy W. Seaton Memorial Highway to transportation. Senate Bill 2516 by Bettencourt relating to the court orders eligible for an interlocutory appeal to jurisprudence. Senate Bill 2517 by Gutierrez relating to the exemption from ad valorem taxation of real property leased to certain local public entities for use as a hospital and related healthcare services to local government. Senate Bill 2518 by Bettencourt relating to the authority of certain special districts and corporations created by certain special districts to exercise certain rights and powers outside district boundaries to local government. Senate Bill 2519 by Bettencourt relating to restrictions on the levy and use of certain ad valorem taxes to local government. Senate Bill 2520 by Bettencourt relating to the calculation of the limitation on the total amount of ad valorem taxes imposed by a school district on the residence homestead of an individual who is elderly or disabled to local government. Senate Bill 2521 by Bettencourt relating to notification of the chief appraiser of an appraisal district of the death of a resident of the county to local government. Senate Bill 2522 by Bettencourt relating to municipal and county regulation of platting and subdivisions of land to local government. Senate Bill 2523 by Bettencourt relating to the release of an area from the extraterritorial jurisdiction of a municipality by petition to local government. Senate Bill 2524 by Miles relating to an action to remedy certain conditions affecting safety or habitability of certain residential rental property to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2525 by Campbell relating to the municipal disannexation of certain areas annexed during a certain period of time to local government. Senate Bill 2526 by Zaffarini relating to the eligibility of children enrolled in a special education program for free pre-kindergarten programs in public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2527 by Paxton relating to early assessment and interventions for school district students to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2528 by Bettencourt relating to the calculation of the petition election tax rate for certain taxing units to local government. Senate Bill 2529 by Bettencourt relating to the vote required by the governing body of a taxing unit to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter-approved tax rate to local government. Senate Bill 2530 by Middleton et al. Relating to the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2531 by Middleton relating to occupational licensing reciprocity agreements to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2532 by Middleton relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain municipalities that receive municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue to economic development. Senate Bill 2533 by Middleton relating to the accreditation of law schools in this state to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2534 by Middleton relating to the establishment of faith-based child care facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2535 by Middleton relating to the appraisal of property tax for ad valorem tax purposes to local government. Senate Bill 2536 by Miles relating to the requirement of certain administrators of certain educational entities to report certain educator misconduct to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2537 by Bettencourt relating to the limitation on the maximum compressed tax rate of a school district to finance. Senate Bill 2538 by Bettencourt relating to the plan required to be adopted by the Board of Directors of an appraisal district for periodically conducting certain reappraisal activities to local government. Senate Bill 2539 by Bettencourt relating to the adoption of an ordinance issuing a tax increment bond by certain municipalities to economic development. Senate Bill 2540 by Nichols relating to the terms of certain agreements involving minor boundary adjustments between two contiguous school districts to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2541 by Bettencourt relating to the repeal of certain provisions providing for the calculation of an unused increment rate and the use of that rate in calculating certain other ad valorem tax rates to local government. Senate Bill 2542 by Colcourse relating to the citizenship status of certain employees of this state to state affairs. Senate Bill 2543 by Hancock relating to the location of and the amount of certain revenue that may be used for state veteran cemeteries to veteran affairs. Senate Bill 2544 by Hancock relating to eligibility for mediation of certain out-of-network health benefit claims to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2545 by Hancock relating to the establishment of a down payment assistance grant program for veterans, for certain veterans to Veteran Affairs. Senate Bill 2546 by Hancock relating to establishing an advisory group to study potential means to finance costs of development and maintenance of electric transmission infrastructure to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2547 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to imposing a moratorium on the awarding of certain contracts by the Health and Human Services Commission to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2548 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to awarding contracts to managed care organizations under Medicaid to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2549 by West relating to the allocation of housing tax credits to developments within proximate geographical areas to local government. Senate Bill 2550 by West relating to an exemption of the transfer of certain rights in water from certain disclosure requirements applicable to the transfer of certain interests in real property to natural resources. Senate Bill 2551 by West relating to the eligibility of an individual to pay the ad valorem taxes imposed on the individual's residence, homestead, in installments to local government. Senate Bill 2552 by West relating to the provision of information regarding certain public assistance programs by public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2553 by West and Middleton relating to the appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes of property that qualifies for an exemption as a historic or archaeological site to local government. Senate Bill 2554 by West relating to the collection of certain fines assessed for traffic offenses to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2555 by West relating to a first responder peer support network to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2556 by West relating to regulating the carrying of firearms on or within publicly owned fairgrounds to state affairs. Senate Bill 2557 by West relating to preventing racial profiling and to video and audio equipment and recordings of certain law enforcement motor vehicle stops to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2558 by West relating to the disposal of exhibits used in criminal proceedings to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2560 by West relating to the issuance of a warrant authorizing the use of a no-knock entry by a peace officer to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2561 by West and Miles relating to the establishment of the Student Success Initiative Program by the Texas Education Agency to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2562 by West relating to the regulation of referral agencies for assisted living facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2563 by West relating to records of violations against certain child care facilities that provide child care services to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2565 by West relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project to economic development. Senate Bill 2566 by West relating to request for public information for legislative purposes to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2567 by West relating to the deceptive trade practice of failure to disclose information regarding the use of artificial intelligence system to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2568 by Zaffarini relating to the exempt use of flood control reservoirs constructed pursuant to Public Law PL 83-566 by qualified local sponsors to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2569 by Flores relating to the reporting requirement for certain law enforcement agencies regarding the agency's use or operation of unmanned aircraft to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2570 by Flores relating to a defense to prosecution for certain offenses involving the use of a less lethal projectile by a police officer to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2571 by Middleton et al., all relating to funding of excess losses and operating expenses of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2572 by Middleton relating to a prohibition on the receipt of bond proceeds by persons who make a contribution to certain political committees to state affairs. Senate Bill 2573 by Middleton relating to the participation of optometrists and therapeutic optometrists in managed care plans providing vision benefits to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2574 by Middleton relating to preserving religious liberty from nativist jurisprudence to state affairs. Senate Bill 2575 by Middleton relating to recoverable depreciation for property damage claims under an insurance policy to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2576 by Middleton relating to repeal of provisions requiring a school district to reduce its local revenue level in excess of entitlement to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2577 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to subdivision plat requirements in certain counties to local government. Senate Bill 2578 by Hancock relating to licensure and contracting for the delivery of medical assistance by nursing facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2579 by Hancock relating to health care and insurance fraud to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2580 by Hancock relating to the definition of a designated law enforcement office or agency for purposes of certain laws governing the installation and use of tracking equipment to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2581 by Hancock relating to the repeal of a provision governing the operation of jail commissaries in certain counties to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2582 by Nichols relating to the compensation, reimbursement of expenses, and retirement benefits of a member of the State Board of Education to finance. Senate Bill 2583 by Colcourse relating to the residential treatment facilities for certain juveniles to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2584 by Schwartner relating to the regulation of service contracts and service contract providers and administrators to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2585 by Gutierrez relating to disparate premiums for personal automobile insurance policies based on certain characteristics of the insured to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2586 by Flores relating to information that a property owners association must file with the Texas Real Estate Commission to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2587 by Zaffarini relating to access to and use of certain criminal history record information to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2588 by Zaffarini relating to the conversion of all or a portion of a municipal sales and use tax originally adopted for the purpose of sports and community venues to economic development. Senate Bill 2589 by Zaffarini relating to procedures for a commissioner's court to close, abandon, or vacate certain county roads to transportation. Senate Bill 2590 by Zaffarini relating to grounds for recounting paperless electronic voting system ballots to state affairs. Senate Bill 2591 by Zaffarini relating to purposes for which the Texas Water Development Board may use money in the economically distressed areas account to water, agricultural, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2592 by Zaffarini relating to county purchasing agents in certain counties to local government. Senate Bill 2593 by Zaffarini relating to the authority of a county that borders the United Mexican states to regulate residential land use to local government. Senate Bill 2594 by Middleton relating to the provision of supplemental services by management organizations in certain public improvement districts to local government. Senate Bill 2595 by Middleton relating to the creation of the criminal offense of harassing, intimidating, or threatening another person while concealing identity with a mask or other headgear to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2596 by Middleton relating to group property and casualty insurance policies to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2597 by Middleton relating to the designation of a portion of Florida Market Road 521 in Brazoria County as the Clarence B.B. Sasser Medal of Honor Highway to transportation. Senate Bill 2598 by Middleton relating to certain structures located near a National Wildlife Refuge to natural resources. Senate Bill 2599 by Middleton relating to the purchasing authority of a development corporation to economic development. Senate Bill 2600 by Middleton relating to a fee charged by school district for the transportation of a student who lives within 2 miles of the school the student attends to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2601 by Blanco relating to a program to compensate landowners for property damage caused by certain criminal activities to border security. Senate Bill 2602 by Blanco relating to procurement procedures for certain municipal housing authorities, local government. Senate Bill 2603 by Blanco relating to cooperation by economic development program participants with local workforce development boards to economic development. Senate Bill 2604 by Blanco relating to seller's notice regarding the connection of water utilities to certain tracts of lands to local government. Senate Bill 2605 by Blanco relating to the formation of a municipal housing authority asset commission by certain municipal housing authorities to local government. Senate Bill 2606 by Blanco relating to the franchise and insurance premium tax credit for certified rehabilitation of certain historic structures to finance. Senate Bill 2607 by Blanco relating to the establishment of the Cross-Agency Employment Resources Initiative to coordinate and optimize certain employment services and resources in the state to economic development. Senate Bill 2608 by Blanco relating to the eligibility of certain at-risk developments to receive low-income housing tax credits to local government. Senate Bill 2609 by Blanco relating to a process for determining the rating level of certain child care facilities operated by providers participating in the Texas Rising Star Program to economic development. Senate Bill 2610 by Blanco relating to civil liability of business entities in connection with a breach of system security to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2611 by West relating to the status of certain documents or instruments concerning real or personal property to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2612 by West relating to the revision of the essential knowledge and skills of the public school social studies curricula to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2613 by Creighton relating to the duties of a tenured faculty at public institutions of higher education to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2614 by Creighton relating to certain requirements and penalties regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at a medical and dental unit to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2615 by Creighton relating to restricting remote work by employees of public institutions of higher education to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2616 by Creighton relating to the review and evaluation of advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses offered in public schools in this state to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2617 by Creighton relating to a policy adopted by a school district or open enrollment charter school regarding the expression of dates to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2618 by Creighton relating to an education savings account program to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2619 by Creighton relating to the Board of Trustees and Superintendent of School District to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2620 by Creighton relating to the civil liability of certain businesses in connection with allowing concealed handguns on the business premises to state affairs. Senate Bill 2621 by Nichols relating to the territory of the Angelina and Nature's River Authority to local government. Senate Bill 2622 by King relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project to economic development. Senate Bill 2625 by Campbell and Paxton relating to the provision of an abortion-inducing drug to state affairs. Senate Bill 2626 by Campbell and Paxton relating to ectopic pregnancies to state affairs. Senate Bill 2627 by West and Miles relating to certain proceedings and penalties associated with racial discrimination against persons to state affairs. Senate Bill 2628 by Blanco relating to the provision and evaluation of Medicaid reimbursement for dental services to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2629 by Creighton relating to organization of meetings of and voting by condominium unit owners associations and property owners associations to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2630 by Creighton relating to prohibiting the foreclosure of a lien-free or mortgage-free residence homestead by a local taxing entity to local government. Senate Bill 2631 by Creighton relating to the deferment of property taxes for certain individuals and the reduction of the eligible age for tax deferral to local government. Senate Bill 2632 by Johnson relating to the disclosure of certain contracting information under the Public Information Law to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2633 by Johnson relating to a local option election on the sale of alcoholic beverages to state affairs. Senate Bill 2634 by Johnson relating to the interconnection of electric vehicles to the ERCOT power grid to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2635 by Johnson relating to the name and governance of the Railroad Commission of Texas to natural resources. Senate Bill 2636 by Johnson relating to the denial of certain applications for a permit or other authorization under the Texas Clean Air Act to natural resources. Senate Bill 2637 by Johnson relating to disclosures about certain automated posts on social media platforms to state affairs. Senate Bill 2638 by Johnson relating to the misleading use of bot accounts to state affairs. Senate Bill 2639 by Betancourt relating to the designation of a property as a historic landmark and the inclusion of a property in a historic district to local government. Senate Bill 2640 by Sparks relating to waivers permitting non-certified drivers to operate in partnership with state-certified emergency medical personnel to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2641 by Sparks relating to the operation and management of the Panhandle Plains Historical Museum by the Texas Historical Commission to Economic Development. Senate Bill 2642 by Middleton and Hinojosa of Nueces relating to authorized investments by governmental entities to finance. Senate Bill 2643 by Middleton relating to the inclusion of civics instruction in public school government curriculum requirements to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2644 by Middleton relating to the provision of funding under the public school finance system on the basis of property value to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2645 by Middleton relating to volunteer firefighter compensation limits to local government. Senate Bill 2646 by Middleton relating to requiring a voter to be affiliated with a political party to vote in that party's primary election to state affairs. Senate Bill 2647 by Middleton relating to the accreditation of post-secondary educational institutions to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2648 by Hall relating to the identification of breeder deer to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2649 by Hall relating to the creation of a statewide chronic wasting disease plan to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2650 by Hall relating to certain requirements for participation in the E-Verify program to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2651 by Hall relating to the regulation of chronic wasting disease to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2652 by Hall relating to the regulation of deer breeding by the Parks and Wildlife Department to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2653 by Hall relating to prohibition on water fluoridation to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2654 by Hall relating to the ownership of deer in this state to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2655 by Flores relating to the creation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program in certain counties to local government. Senate Bill 2656 by Colkhorst relating to including nursing school applications in a consolidated application service to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2657 by Perry relating to the inclusion of recycling or disposal provisions in certain lease agreements of wind or solar power facilities to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2658 by Perry relating to an exemption from the requirement to obtain a permit from a groundwater conservation district for certain brackish groundwater wells to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2659 by Perry relating to recycling of certain renewable energy components to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2660 by Perry relating to the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District to local government. Senate Bill 2661 by Perry relating to penalties in certain suits involving a groundwater conservation district to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2662 by Perry relating to the enforcement of drought contingency plans by water and sewer utilities, water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2663 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles for certain roads in Hidalgo County to transportation. Senate Bill 2664 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the University Advisory Committee of and procedure for making awards by the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas to Health and Human Services Committee. Senate Bill 2665 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the authority of a taxing unit to adopt an exemption or a tax rate that is contingent on voter approval of the adoption of a tax rate or the issuance of bonds by that taxing unit to local government. Senate Bill 2666 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the establishment of a grant program to allow the Nueces County Hospital District to recruit and retain certain medical professionals to local government. Senate Bill 2667 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the reporting of private school educator misconduct to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2668 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to regulation of vehicle storage facilities to transportation. Senate Bill 2669 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the authority of a podiatrist to delegate certain podiatric medical acts to advanced practice registered nurse to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2670 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for hotel and convention center projects to economic development. Senate Bill 2671 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the establishment of the Texas Geothermal Energy Production Policy Council to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2672 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the requirements for issuance of a supplemental bilingual education teaching certificate to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2673 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the expunction of arrest records and files by a statutory county court to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2674 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to health benefit plan coverage for certain biomarker testing to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2675 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the sale of parkland owned by certain municipalities to local government. Senate Bill 2676 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to Medicaid provider enrollment revalidation to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2677 by Perry relating to disclosures for certain commercial sales-based financing transactions to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2678 by Creighton relating to the determination of resident status of students by public institutions of higher education to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2679 by Bettencourt relating to the funding of contracting with and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties to local government. Senate Bill 2680 by Bettencourt relating to the public information law to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2681 by Bettencourt relating to the basis for a third-party challenge to a voter's registration to state affairs. Senate Bill 2682 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to civil liability for online impersonation to state affairs. Senate Bill 2683 by Hughes relating to prohibiting a public institution of higher education from providing benefits to a student organization that that receives financial support from an entity of concern to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2684 by Creighton relating to a requirement that a bill for ad valorem taxes imposed by a taxing unit includes certain information about bonds issued by the taxing unit to local government. Senate Bill 2685 by Creighton relating to municipal and county consent for the creation of and inclusion of territory in certain political subdivisions to local government. Senate Bill 2686 by Creighton relating to the compensation of and reimbursement of expenses of directors of the Conroe Municipal Management District Number 2 to local government. Senate Bill 2687 by Paxton relating to establishing the Child Care Professional Pathway Program to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2688 by Hancock relating to the designation of a portion of U.S. Highway 281 in Blanco and Burnett counties as the Muckleroy Memorial Highway to transportation. Senate Bill 2689 by Hancock relating to the development, promotion, and funding of certain recycling projects to natural resources. Senate Bill 2690 by Hancock relating to solicitations for the retrieval of certain documents from the Secretary of State to Business and Commerce. Senate Bill 2691 by Hancock relating to grief instruction in public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2692 by Hancock relating to the eligibility of ratepayers to file an appeal regarding water, drainage, or sewer rates with the Public Utility Commission of Texas to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. Senate Bill 2693 by Perry relating to the role of advocacy and support groups in the juvenile justice system to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2694 by Perry relating to the operation and dissolution of the Lubbock Redevelopment Authority to local government. Senate Bill 2695 by Colcourse relating to education programs to enable certain students and advanced practice registered nurses to practice medicine in certain rural counties to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2696 by Campbell relating to the regulation of the performance of advanced cosmetic procedures to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2697 by Blanco relating to the revival of filing entities' corporate privileges and the reinstatement of the entity's certificate of formation to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2698 by Blanco relating to access to and use of criminal history record information by the Public Utility Commission of Texas to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2699 by Blanco relating to motor fuel measuring quality and testing standards to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2700 by Hall relating to a study of title insurance rates in Texas to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2701 by Creighton relating to rates established by municipalities for water or sewer service or certain entities to water, agriculture, and rural affairs. Senate Bill 2702 by Creighton relating to the licensing and regulation of persons who may repair or test backflow prevention assemblies to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2703 by Creighton relating to the authority of a municipality or county to regulate condominiums to local government. Senate Bill 2704 by Creighton relating to the requirement that certain state employees conduct agency business only at the employee's regular place of employment to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2705 by Hagenbu relating to fees for the issuance of certain specialty license plates to transportation. Senate Bill 2706 by Hagenbu relating to emergency detention by a paramedic or certain persons with mental illness for preliminary examination to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2707 by Hagenbu relating to certain oversized or overweight vehicle permit fees or surety requirements to transportation. Senate Bill 2708 by Hagenbu relating to the right of an individual unlawfully present in the United States to commence a civil action to state affairs. Senate Bill 2709 by Hagenbu relating to permissible uses of the school safety allotment under the Foundation School Program to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2710 by Hagenbu relating to including vehicles of certain prosecutors in the definition of authorized emergency vehicle to transportation. Senate Bill 2711 by Middleton relating to the public information law to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2712 by Middleton relating to the amount of a large risk that is exempt from certain property and casualty insurance policy form requirements to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2713 by Middleton relating to preventing discrimination in membership in a professional or trade association or organization to state affairs. Senate Bill 2714 by Middleton relating to a prohibition on public institutions of higher education requiring students to enroll in certain courses to complete a certificate or degree program to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2715 by Middleton relating to sexual abuse and assault prevention training for employees of amusement ride operators to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2716 by Middleton relating to procedures for challenging voter registration based on personal knowledge and publicly available records to state affairs. Senate Bill 2717 by Menendez relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Efficiency Council to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2718 by Menendez relating to requiring that all vehicle registrations, including delinquent registrations, are for a 12-month period to transportation. Senate Bill 2719 by Perry relating to the lease of certain state property from the Department of State Health Services to Travis County to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2720 by Perry relating to the authority of the Department of State Health Services to lease certain real property to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2721 by Parker et al., relating to the licensing and regulation of persons who provide services in relation to the deceased to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2723 by Cook, relating to the repeal of the offense of homosexual conduct to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2724 by Cook, relating to abolishing Confederate Heroes Day to state affairs. Senate Bill 2725 by Cook et al., relating to the authority of a municipality to alter speed limits to transportation. Senate Bill 2726 by Cook and Menendez, relating to Holocaust Remembrance Week in public schools to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2727 by Cook and Alvarado, relating to the regulation of abortion to state affairs. Senate Bill 2728 by Cook, relating to the provision of certain information about Medicaid benefits in relation to newborn children to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2729 by Cook, relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for the treatment of obesity to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2730 by Cook, relating to the preliminary examination of a person transported to a general hospital's emergency department to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2731 by Cook, relating to the qualifications for serving as a member of the Board of Directors of a municipal utility district to local government. Senate Bill 2732 by Cook, relating to public involvement procedures for the statewide transportation improvement program to transportation. Senate Bill 2733 by Cook, relating to the election of certain participating entities to participate in the Uniform Group Coverage Program for active school employees to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2734 by Cook, relating to consideration of educator-related income in determining eligibility of applicants for residential tenancies to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2735 by Cook, relating to the screening of services for and educational programs for children with visual impairments to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2736 by Cook, relating to the requirement that the Board of Directors of certain tax increment reinvestment zones utilize the services of the legal department of the municipality that created the zone to economic development. Senate Bill 2737 by Cook, relating to the requirement that the Board of Directors of certain tax increment reinvestment zones have conducted by the offense office of the city controller of the municipality that created the zone an annual financial audit to economic development. Senate Bill 2738 by Cook, relating to high school deputy voter registrars to state affairs. Senate Bill 2739 by Cook, relating to unreasonable noise near a private residence to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2740 by Cook, relating to the inclusion of additional printed languages for election materials in certain political subdivisions to state affairs. Senate Bill 2741 by Hinojosa Vidalgo, relating to the appointment of counsel for indigent defendants or juveniles in certain capital felony cases to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2742 by Hagenbu, relating to prohibiting electioneering and the unlawful use of public funds for political advertising to state affairs. Senate Bill 2743 by Hagenbu, relating to the prosecution of certain election offenses to state affairs. Senate Bill 2744 by Paxton, relating to the modernization of cardiovascular screening to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2745 by Paxton, relating to a cost of living increase applicable to death benefits paid to spouses of first responders killed in the line of duty to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2746 by Paxton, relating to a study conducted by the Texas Department of Public Safety on the waiting time to obtain certain driver's license services to transportation. Senate Bill 2747 by Paxton, relating to limitations applicable to certain agreements providing for a rebate of municipal sales and use taxes to economic development. Senate Bill 2748 by Hall, relating to the diagnosis, maintenance, and repair of certain motor vehicles to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2749 by Hall, relating to the definition of abuse or neglect of a child to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2750 by Hall, relating to the registration and inspection of vehicles to transportation. Senate Bill 2751 by Paxton, relating to the inspection of residential and day placement facilities for special education students to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2752 by Blanco, relating to the regulation of fantasy contests to state affairs. Senate Bill 2753 by Hall, relating to the time, place, and manner of voting to state affairs. Senate Bill 2754 by West, relating to the inclusion of domestic violence prevention information on certain student identification cards to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2755 by Colcourse, relating to damage liability for a collision with a motorist who failed to establish financial responsibility to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2756 by Cook, relating to the release of an inmate on medically recommended intensive supervision to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2757 by Cook, relating to the duration of a child's detention following a detention hearing to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2758 by Cook relating to certain proceedings and supervision following certain adjudications occurring in a criminal case to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2759 by Cook relating to the authority of certain healthcare facilities to cooperate with officers engaged in immigration-related duties to state affairs. Senate Bill 2760 by Cook relating to eligibility for financial assistance of persons following certain drug-related convictions to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2761 by Cook relating to benefits provided to eligible survivors of certain public safety employees to finance. Senate Bill 2762 by Cook relating to the sale of a manufactured home community to local government. Senate Bill 2763 by Cook relating to the renewal of certain leases in manufactured home communities to local government. Senate Bill 2764 by Cook relating to information provided to a purchaser of a manufactured home to local government. Senate Bill 2765 by Cook relating to the treatment of a manufactured home as real property to local government. Senate Bill 2766 by Cook relating to public housing authorities to local government. Senate Bill 2767 by Cook relating to public facility corporations to local government. Senate Bill 2768 by Cook and Eckhart relating to certain health care services to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2769 by Cook relating to prohibited exclusion of certain individuals requiring specialized care from inpatient mental health facilities to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2770 by Cook relating to equitable representation and decision-making for transportation planning to transportation. Senate Bill 2771 by King relating to the prosecution of the offense of aggravated assault to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2772 by Perry relating to the dissemination of juvenile justice information by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2773 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the composition of the Port Commission of the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County to transportation. Senate Bill 2774 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the classification of certain entities as primarily engaged in retail trade for purposes of the franchise tax to finance. Senate Bill 2775 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the calculation of certain ad valorem tax rates of a taxing unit and the manner in which a proposed ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter approval rate is approved to local governments. Senate Bill 2776 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the disclosure of certain information by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2777 by Hall relating to assigned acknowledgement of the duties of a member of the Texas Lottery Commission to state affairs. Senate Bill 2778 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the amount of an expenditure that may be paid by an emergency services district employee without board approval to local government. Senate Bill 2779 by Birdwell relating to the allocation and use of certain hotel occupancy tax revenues to economic development. Senate Bill 2780 by Birdwell relating to the recovery of a gas utilities gross plant placed in service not yet being recovered in rates and natural resources. Senate Bill 2781 by Birdwell relating to the imposition of civil penalties for certain violations with respect to political contributions to state affairs. Senate Bill 2782 by Birdwell relating to discovery requirements related to sworn complaints made to the Texas Ethics Commission to state affairs. Senate Bill 2783 by Birdwell relating to the authority of a property owners association to regulate the display of certain flags to local government. Senate Bill 2784 by Birdwell relating to the election of the board of directors of the Somervell County Hospital District to local government. Senate Bill 2785 by Birdwell relating to notification and disclosure of records and information concerning an investigation of a report of child abuse to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2786 by Creighton relating to the applicability of the Texas Success Initiative to certain public service officers and employees to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2787 by Menendez relating to digital citizenship to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2788 by Menendez relating to an exemption from the assessment requirements of the Texas Success Initiative for certain students to education K through 16. Senate Bill 2789 by Menendez relating to the prosecution of and punishment for the criminal offense of invasive visual recording to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2790 by West relating to the designation of a portion of U.S. Highway 67 in Dallas and Ellis counties as the Eddie Bernice Johnson Memorial Highway to transportation. Senate Bill 2791 by West relating to electronic submission and delivery of public securities and records of proceedings for those securities to business and commerce. Senate Bill 2792 by West relating to harassment of hospital personnel while the person is on hospital property to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2793 by Paxton relating to the operation of and a program by the Texas Department of Transportation to allow real property owners order to plant or replace vegetation in a right-of-way to transportation. Senate Bill 2794 by Paxton relating to the criminal offense of interference with child custody to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2795 by Eckhart relating to the regulation of digital reporting by the Judicial Branch Certification Commission to jurisprudence. Senate Bill 2796 by Hughes relating to the Cancer Prevention Research Institute's fiscal responsibilities to the state of Texas to Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 2797 by Creighton relating to discovery requirements in a criminal case to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2798 by Creighton relating to certain statutes of limitations for criminal offenses to criminal justice. Senate Bill 2799 by Creighton relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of reckless driving to transportation. Senate Bill 2800 by Hughes relating to the imposition of a fee for oil and gas waste that is not produced in this state to natural resources. Senate Bill 2967 by Schwartner relating to funding mechanisms to support the siting, development, construction, and deployment of advanced nuclear and innovative energy technologies in this state to business and commerce. Senate Bill 3034 by Betancourt relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 249 in Montgomery and Grimes counties as the Doug Pitcock Aggie Expressway to local government. SJR 74 by Menendez, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to provide for a credit against the ad valorem taxes imposed on real property used for a grocery store or healthy corner store located in a food desert to local government. SJR 76 by Gutierrez, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation real property leased to a certain local public entities for use as a hospital and related healthcare services to local government.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the Senate stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Tuesday, April 7th. Just a clarification, it will be 2 p.m. on Monday, April 6th, 7th.